Buhari is dead and buried in a shallow grave in Saudi Arabia.
Recent elections. It's unfortunate that because the two things happened. First of all, one party took over the labor movement, which is one of my favorite movements also, and then it became a regional party more than, whereas it was a marvelous breach into the established two camps. Peter Obi achieved something remarkable there, that he broke that mold. Yes, however, he did not win the election. In addition, my own organization has a monitoring unit. You know the one I'm talking about. And so I could say categorically that Peter Obi's party came third, not even second. And that the leadership knew it. But they wanted to do what we call in Yoruba, Bajue. That is,
I'm going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not. And I will preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner you do that, the less chest pains you'll have when that reality comes.
Wọ́n dìde, wọ́n pínlẹ̀ ogun. Oyin tí mo rí ká bá mi wáyé dà, ká ní kó bá mi wá.
And it is right there. Amoneshiwi, Amoneshiso. Look at that. Amoneshiwi and Moneshiso. So hopefully Anishiso Lagbara along. I think that has to be the prayer. Hopefully Anishiso Lagbara along. Good day to you. Good to be in your company and all that. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? Hope you're having a gloriously wonderful day so far. Hope that day gets even better for spending it in the company of your favorite or your laughing man. That is me right here. This guy right here, one man went to Mo. I am your favorite or your laughing man. Am I not? You tell me. So hope the day gets better for reasons of spending it in your in the company of your favorite or your laughing man. So good day to you. Good to be in your company and all that. Good day to you. The protocol remains the same. Click on the like button as I'm inviting you to do so. So click on the like button. And then if you're not already subscribed, please do that as well. So like and subscribe is very, very important. It's for reasons of the YouTube algorithm. You all know why streaming platforms invite you to like and subscribe. So all of those reasons that you know that you're always been invited to like and subscribe, those reasons are applicable here as well. So like and subscribe for all of the reasons that it triggers the YouTube algorithm. And it's a real boon. It's a real boost for the platform as well. If we did see that our numbers are doing well, then that's somewhat of a pat on the back. So if you're inclined in that direction, then incline towards the like and subscription buttons and click on them both. So like and subscribe. It's very, very important that you do that. So like and subscribe, share the links as well. You know, there's a share button right there, just at the bottom of the screen, wherever it is you're watching me, in the comment section or thereabouts, even on the main screen, there's a share button. So click on that button, and then it will take you to your social media spaces. So copy the links and then pop them into your social media spaces, the places that you mooch around online. Pop the link in there. Let them come and hear this peculiar looking, funny looking guy that talks in a rather odd way. Let them come and hear the nonsense that we spew here. So share the nonsense wide and near by sharing it on your social media spaces. Like, share, subscribe. If you want to come and join me on the screen, click on this hyperlink right here. It's the first line item in the comment section. It says StreamYard. So if it says click here to come join us live on screen, and then it gives you a hyperlink. So if you want to come and join me on the screen, click on that hyperlink. It will bring you into a studio space. You might leave about 40 minutes thereabouts for me to present the talking points, but then click on it. It will bring you into a studio space. And then as soon as I finish delivering the body of the talking points, what am I even talking? I'm not actually even putting on an affectation, or this is just how I talk, you know. I don't quite know why or how, but this is how I talk. So all the things I said, like, share, subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, share the links as widely as you can, super chat towards the stream, and more importantly, say hello to me in the comment section. The only, I have no friends, so you be my friend for the moments that or the hours that we spent together. The first hello and the only hello so far is from Top Thoughts, who is joining us from Chicago. So say hello to me in the comment section. And as you're saying hello, tell us where you're joining us from so we can acknowledge you and all that. So let me see. There's something I need to upload into the studio because over the last few sessions, our audio has not been coming through. Anytime we're trying to share a link, our audio has not been as crisp and pungent as it should be. So what I have been doing now is I've been downloading a lot of these items and I've been playing them directly to you on the screen instead. So let me do that immediately and right now. So whilst I'm doing that, you do all of those things that I've invited you to do. Like, share, subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, say hello to me in the comment section. All those nice and funky things. All those nice and funky things. Play that funky music for me, white boy. So all those nice and funky things. Shall we just get started? So the conversation is going to wrap around a media outing by Dogara, which is going to be the central piece of the conversation. But before we get there, as always is the case, we are going to meander into that particular conversation by taking a few little snippets in the news cycle. So we start off the snippet with this. I want to show you the image of a very pretty lady. I want to show you the image of a very pretty lady. So that is the image of a very pretty. And by the way, can you tell me in the comment section if you can hear the audio from this clip on the screen right here? Very, very important that you hear the audio. But before you hear the audio, I want you to look at this lady right here that I'm encircling with my cursor. Can you see her? I want you to tell me in the comment section if you can see her. So I want you to look at this lady right here that I'm encircling in my with my cursor right here. This lady right here, she's right frontal to the screen. So do you think she's pretty? I think she's not bad looking, but do you know who she is? Before we discover who she is, let's look at her attire first. Obviously, she's dressed in an Owambe sort of an outfit. So that one is standardized. Everybody knows that. But then look at the jewelry. So these are not costume jewelries. These are actual real gems and diamonds and gold. So if you look at the quality of the jewelry being worn by this woman, so you can see now the value of a small house there. So this jewelry set, the earrings and the necklace, they're not costume jewelries, by the way. They're real jewelries of diamonds and pearls and whatever it is, the gemstones. But the value of that ensemble, that combination, that jewelry set, the value of that in actual real dollars and cents is the value of a small house anywhere in the world. So note that. So I'll play the clip now, but that's the lady that we're looking at. I'll tell you who she is in a moment. Would you say she's pretty? She's dancing to a rendition of Ashake, Shomolo. You know that Shomolo song by Ashake? So watch her closely. I'll tell you who she is in a moment. If you know who she is, tell me in the comment section. Do you think she has moves? I think she has moves. And if you look at her wrist as well, those are not costume jewelry. So that now the value of the totality of the jewelry ensemble, the jewelry set, the value of the totality of them, because they are real jewelries, the value of the totality of them is the price of a medium-sized house anywhere in the world. I'm waiting for you to tell me in the comment section who that is. I want you to tell me in the comment section. Oh, you can't hear it. Oh, you can't hear it. Oh, okay. Let me play it to you in the studio then. You see, this is what I feared. You know, I've been having that sort of gremlin in there, but here it is. Here it is. If you can't hear it there, you should be able to hear it here. So that lady central to your screen right there is the wife of your incoming president, P.T.O.B. So that's the wife of P.T.O.B. The same guy that I told you he has only there she is right there. I want her to be really frontal today. Yeah, there she is right there. Let's see. Yeah, there she is right there. So that lady central to your screen right there is the wife of P.T.O.B. The same guy that told you that he doesn't have a shoe, or what did he tell us? He only has one shoe, or whatever nonsense. He doesn't have a house in Abuja. If he doesn't have a house in Abuja, it's not for reasons of not being able to afford one, no, because the value of the jewelry that his wife is wearing in this Owambe something is the price of any house in Abuja, just in what she's assembling in jewelry alone. So that's the wife of your incoming president right there. That's Margaret Obi, the wife of P.T.O.B. So that's the wife of P.T.O.B. right there, dancing the light. You know where she is? She's in that Lagos that they keep telling us is smelling, but it looks as though it is smelling, but it seems to be. It seems as though Lagos is smelling, but it seems as though it is smelling of money. If we look at the ensemble of P.T.O.B.'s wife right there, that's Margaret Obi right there, tripping the light, fantastic. Tripping the light, fantastic. This thing not transmitting the audio is going to be a real problem, because the central piece, what we were actually looking to discuss, is a media outing by Dogara. So I'm not quite sure if I'm pressing some button, I'm not pressing another button, or whatever it is. I'm a curmudgeon. I'm from 1802. So all this newfangled technology thing is not for the. What do you mean no audio? Can you hear me? If you can hear me, that's the main thing. All right. I'll carry on until you tell me you cannot hear me. It says, Choma says we can hear. Adeyemi says we cannot hear. So hopefully you can hear. In between the two, is the fact that I can see lights sparking up as I speak on my screen, which should tell me that the audio is transmitting okay. So can people let me know in the comment section if you can hear me or not? You should be able to hear me. There's no reason why you shouldn't be able to hear me. So tell me in the comment section. Otherwise, I'm speaking in a vacuum. Can you tell me? All right, I'll wait for you to tell me. Can you hear me, yes or no? I'll wait for you to tell me in the comment section if you can hear me or not. Oh, all right. Why was that so hard? Why couldn't just one person just say yes? Thank you, Adeniyi. So if you can hear me, then that's perfect. It's not perfect because you should be able to hear the clips, but it's not perfect. But let's go to some data coming through. You know how we like to have a look at this data somewhat. So this is Africa's biggest country by population. Your country is the biggest. And Nigeria is near twice the size of the second biggest country, which is Ethiopia. I never knew Ethiopia had a population. Nigeria is estimated at 136 million, 238 million people. Ethiopia 136 million. Egypt 119. So Egypt, the Egyptian population can fit twice into the Nigerian population, and you'll still have change. So that's just, and by the way, this population size right here, this 238 million people, that is a projection, because I cannot recall when we last, let me actually check, when we last had a population, when we last had the census in that country. Let's have a look. When was the last population census in Nigeria? So when was the last population census in Nigeria? The last population census in Nigeria was in 2006. So what is that? The better part of over 20 years now. So it's an extrapolation and then a projection to arrive at that number, because I'm not quite sure how. I think they are using even the birth rates in Nigeria is a guesstimation. It's not data driven. It's more an estimation of the birth rate. So they're using an estimated birth rate to project at a population size. And the Nigerian census has always been skewed with politics anyway. So there's no how that we're 238 million people in that country. Although if you go to Lagos, you may well want to contend that. But if you go outside of Lagos, the country is fairly relatively sparsely populated. So quite how we arrived at 238 million people, I'm not sure that I trust that data. But if we are going by that data, Nigeria is twice the population size of any other African country. And therein lies the difficulty, because of course, the economy is not growing at the pace of the population. So that's why you have the difficulties. The net expansion of the population is not growing with the net expansion of the economy is not growing in tandem with the population. So that's why you have this high tension, and the infrastructure, of course, they cannot pace with the population. That's why there's a deficit in right across all of the matrices of life. You know, there's an education deficit because there are over 100. If you look at Nigeria's population, even 20 years before, it was less than 120 million people, thereabout. Nigeria's population was about 120 million people for so long. And then suddenly we have this ballooned. And by the way, Tinubu is promising us a census. So it was meant to have done the census last year. Maybe the budget or the politics did not allow. But I think now post the elections, he will do that census. But that's our population right there. According to what's being put out, this is a guesstimation and not an exact science. 238 million people. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine that for a moment? Oh, so let's go from that to a different set of data. This is a percentage of population that speaks English. So, you know, obviously, we always want to know where Nigeria measures in all of the matrices. And English is the world's global language. It's not the most spoken language, by the way, because in terms of numbers of people speaking languages, it's probably some Chinese language or some South Asian language that's probably the most spoken. But in terms of the most important language for communication globally, right across the board, is English. So they're looking at now the countries that speak English the most. And China, they have the least amount of English speakers. Brazil, Russia, India. You'd have expected India to have more English speakers. The percentage of the population that speaks English, only 10.5% of Indians actually speak English. Even though all the call centers in the world are in India. Mexico, 12.9% is a Spanish-speaking space, so you have no expectation. 22% of Spain, Indonesia, 30%, 31% in South Africa. You would have thought South Africa was an Anglophile country, and so, but only Egypt. There are more English speakers in Egypt than there are in South Africa. According to this data, there are more English speakers in Poland than there are in South Africa, Pakistan, Greece, and then Nigeria. 51 to 57% of Nigerians speak English. So there it is right there. But curiously, 98.3% of people of the UK where the language that actually comes from speak English, 98.3%. So that speaks then to the language of migration right there. The only place where 100% of the population speaks English is Gibraltar. So there it is right there. That's just a bit of nonsense information that neither adds nor removes from your life. So, but a bit of nonsense information right there. So from nonsense information to even more meaningful stuff, let me send the link. If anybody wants to come in, if somebody wants to come and keep me company, then that would be great. You know, just somebody to bounce off. So from a nonsensical piece of information that will never add or remove anything from your life to something more meaningful, President Tinubu in closed-door meeting with high-level U.S. military delegation. So, you know, Tinubu looks somewhat like a captive in this. I wonder if I can expand it. Tinubu looks somewhat like a captive in this picture. So that's Tinubu at the center right there. That's his American supervisors right there that Trump has sent in to oversight the Nigerian real estate. That's Nuhu Ribadu. That is Christopher Musa, the new now Minister of Defense. And then I don't know who these remaining three stragglers are, but that's the Americans now fully ensconced in Nigeria State House. President Tinubu in closed-door meeting with high-level U.S. military delegation. I've got a clip of Remi Tinubu speaking to all these matters as well, but I'm not quite sure if I'm able to play that to you directly since things are not playing directly now. But I do have a clip of Remi Tinubu speaking to all those matters as well. But before we get to Remi Tinubu, let me give you this particular readout. So now, yes, President Tinubu in closed-door meeting with high-level U.S. military delegation photos. So that's the photo right there. President Bola Tinubu on Sunday received a high-level delegation from the United States led by the commander of the U.S. Africa Command, General Digvin R. Anderson, at the presidential villa in Abuja. The meeting, held at the State House, Abuja, brought together Nigeria's top military leadership, including the National Security Advisor Nuhu Ribadu and senior service chiefs. Also in attendance were senior members of the U.S. Africa Command, U.S. AFRICOM delegation, and the charge d'affaires of the U.S. Embassy in Nigeria, Keith Heffern. Confirming their engagement in a statement, the president's senior special assistant on social media, Dada Olusegun, said the discussion focused on strategic security cooperation between both countries, particularly in the context of Nigeria's ongoing fight against terrorism and transnational threats. Although details of the closed-door talks were not disclosed, the visit comes amidst heightened security collaboration between Abuja and Washington. It follows reports that the U.S. recently deployed a small contingent of troops to Nigeria on February the 3rd, making the first officially acknowledged U.S. military presence in Nigerian soil since the American airstrike targeted terrorist enclaves in the country on Christmas Day. Security analysts viewed the meeting as part of renewed efforts to strengthen intelligence sharing, capacity building, and joint counter-terrorism operations as Nigeria confronts persistent insurgency and regional instability across parts of the country and the wider Sahel. So it's there's no release of anything. I think we already know what the meeting will be about anyway. It's deeper collaboration between the Nigerian state and the Americans. So what concessions is Tinubu making for these collaborations? That remains to be known. But let me play. Tell me if you can hear this one now. You're not hearing the audios in the comment section, so I'm not quite sure. Let me play you this. This is Remi Tinubu now on a charm offensive in the United States, trying to schmooze the Americans to onboard them towards her husband's administration. So this is Remi Tinubu appearing on Fox News. Kenny, can you hear this? Can you hear this? Right, can you hear it in the comment section? Otherwise, I'll play it from the studio. Let me know if you can hear Remi Tinubu. Can you tell me if you can hear it? What's going on? Is there nobody in that comment section? Tell me if you can hear the clip that I'm playing to you. All right, that's it. You can't hear it. So let me play to you in the studio then. This is Remi Tinubu appearing on Fox TV.
President Trump has also threatened further strikes in Nigeria.
They're working with the government in that area.
Yeah, so would Nigeria welcome that deeper
U.S. We did. It was quite a blessing. Whatever is happening, at times, who would have, you said President Trump recognized me. Who would have thought that would happen, to even say the least? So when you look at that, I'm getting global recognition in all of it, despite, and that is what life is all about. If something is going to be good, it will come from, the rebels, and it starts like that. And then we have that attention, we have the conversation going, and we expect, there will be more, it's going to yield a better fruit for us, and both for us and also America.
President Trump had words of praise for you this morning, but there are still some U.S. lawmakers that believe that there is as they call it, Christian genocide going on in Nigeria, and they've been critical of the government for not doing enough. What do you say to that argument? What do you tell them?
We've been able to educate them more about the situation on ground. We live in Nigeria. We know that, this is a democracy, and we are getting close to re-election, and there will be a lot of potholes of the beliefs they want the outside world to know. And we can see that with this government, we're just out of a lot of economic crisis that we inherited, because this is the first time the government of Nigeria will remove fuel subsidy. We were producing oil, but we are not refining them. So now Nigeria, we have refined products, and we're not importing fuel like before. So our exchange rates are stabilizing. The country is moving forward. We're trying to make sure that insecurity we can tackle. And the president has even changed the service chiefs. They've replaced them with new ones. So we're looking at reforms. In November, because of what is going on and the world concern about Nigerian Christians, the government, my husband declared a state of emergency on the 26th November 2026, and on insecurity. And by that, what did he do? He had to ask the police inspector general to recruit additional 50,000 police officers, and then the soldiers 24,000 officers, so that they can help him, to secure insecurity. And not only that, there are 10,000 forest guards that were not carrying arms before. It said they should be armed so that they can secure the forest where all those terrorist groups, take hiding, and so that, and also the bandits and people that are, killing for ransom or asking people, kidnapping for ransom rather. So those are the target. And also not only that, 11,566 police officers that were under VIP assignment have been recalled, so that, and they've been sent to all the hotspot areas in Nigeria, like Plateau State, Benue State, Taraba, and also other communities that they felt that they needed. So, and that's what has been happening. So we hear what the world is saying. We are concerned about our people's safety. Nigeria is a country that, encourages freedom of religion and which is entrenched in our constitution. And we're trying to make sure that even investors, when they come to Nigeria, because our, economic growth is rising steadily, and then we want to make sure that, we can do that. And there's so much work to be done. So we are not ready to blame past administration, because when Nigeria was in the boom age, we didn't really invest well. So, and this is what, we've inherited now. We have to see what to do, and we have to partner with other countries who mean well for Nigeria, and those who can help us, making sure that our insecurity situation is dealt with.
Oh, all right. So there it is right there. So there's a lot of things to unpack from that. I wish I could play it to you in real time, but I'm not quite sure why the thing is not pulling through. Maybe when I come offline today, I'll try and address it, because we've had it in 3 sessions going now. But there's a lot of things to pardon me. Let me try it again. Actually, I rebooted it. Let me see if it works now. Let's remove this and bring this up. Tell me if you can hear it now. It's very important that you should be able to hear it.
President Trump has also threatened further strikes in Nigeria.
They are working with the government
in
that area.
Yeah, so would Nigeria welcome that deeper?
All right. I suspect you might not still be able to hear it. All right.
Whatever is happening, at times, who would have, you said President Trump recognized me. Who would have thought that would happen, to even say the least?
All right. As I was saying, there's a lot of things to unpack from, firstly, what you are looking at. You can hear it now. Okay, that's brilliant. It's brilliant that you can hear it now, because it's important that you should be able to hear it. So what you are seeing now, this is, let me sit up straight. What you're hearing there is what they call a charm offensive. Do you understand? A charm offensive. CHARM, charm offensive. So that is to go out and seduce an audience with your charm and elegance. So that's what we're seeing here now. So the other thing to unpack from there, there was a time, the news broke that Nigeria commissioned a lobby group in the United States, and a lot of the opposition spaces were up in arms that, they said Nigeria spent 9-point-something million. It's actually $4-point-something million, but that's even immaterial over the course of 6 months. That's even immaterial. If you know how much countries like Israel, how much they spend on lobbying in America, then you say that Nigeria, they should X that amount they are spending by 100. Nigeria should be spending in excess of $100 billion on lobbying in America, because of course it is the lobbying that got Trump from the abyss of destroying Nigeria now to collaborating with Nigeria, to the point that we're seeing now the Americans trying to help Nigeria rejig its security infrastructures. But Remi Tinubu being in America now is a charm offensive. She's gone to the United States. She's had this Christian breakfast meeting where Trump was present. Trump acknowledged her presence. Do I have that clip? Trump, I think I have that clip, unless I've deleted. Yes, let me play you the clip.
It's quite interesting that with all of the threats and some kind of subtle pressure on Nigeria, it does look like President Donald Trump today acknowledged the presence of the First Lady of Nigeria, Oluremi Tinubu, publicly during the 74th National Prayer Conference in the United States, recognizing her role as a pastor in one of Nigeria's largest Christian congregations. President Trump, while addressing participants at a faith-based gathering, made reference to Mrs. Tinubu's pastoral background and leadership within the church, drawing applause from the audience. The acknowledgement places the Nigerian First Lady among prominent global faith leaders present at a conference which brings together political figures, clergy, and policymakers for prayers and reflections on leadership, governance, and national values. Take a listen to Donald Trump here.
We're honored to be joined today by the First Lady of Nigeria, who also happens to serve as a Christian pastor at the largest church in Nigeria, a very respected woman. First Lady, please, where are you? Thank you very much. It's a great honor. Thank you very much.
All right. So now that lasted no more than 20 seconds. That was no more than 20 seconds of Trump's time. But why did Trump especially pause to acknowledge Remi Tinubu? Why? That's the question. And is it just casually? I think no matter how naive you are to politics, nobody is naive enough to just say that, oh, Trump was just looking at the crowd and then he saw Remi Tinubu and decided to acknowledge her. I don't think anybody is daft enough to think that. That's just too stupid. So why is he acknowledging her? He's acknowledging her because he had been told that she was in that studio and he was to acknowledge her. So what's led to him being told that she was in that space, in that auditorium, and then to acknowledge her? That is as a result of the lobbying that Nigeria commissioned. And that is what they call a charm offensive. So Remi Tinubu, she negotiated herself into that breakfast Christian meeting with the lobbying group already prepping the speech writers of Trump to insert an acknowledgement of Remi Tinubu's presence at that gathering. So that is the power and potency of lobbying. So that is what you are getting for the money you are spending in America. That 20 seconds is quite pungent and seminal in the relationship between Nigeria. Firstly, Remi Tinubu was saying in that conversation then with Fox TV that the acknowledgement gave her global recognition. So he singled out her out for acknowledgement. That's transmitted around the world. And then the narrative, a respected woman, a Christian leader. So that narrative now transmits to counterweight the narrative that led to Trump saying he was coming to Nigeria guns are blazing. And that is what they call a charm offensive. Do you understand? So that is the value and the potency of lobbying. And that is what the $4-5 million that Nigeria is spending, that is what is buying you. It changes the narrative completely. So being a respected Christian leader is counter to being a country of particular concerns where Christians are being slaughtered. So you can't, in the same breath, acknowledge that the First Lady of the country is a respected Christian preacher and still claim by that same token that the country, that the Christians in the country, are under siege. Do you see? So that is the subtle navigating of diplomacy and charm offensive through the portal of lobbying, to the point that it lands Remi Tinubu on a Fox TV pleading Nigeria's case. So that is how it works. Charm offensive. So charm offensive. So from charm offensive to something that is not at all charming, but certainly offensive, is nothing like charming, totally offensive. Nothing like charming, totally offensive. Your friend, not mine, Nnamdi Kanu. Nnamdi Kanu cancels sit at home in southeast Nigeria. Calls for normal business, school resumption. So I thought he had made this call previously, but it looks as though he's re-echoing that call from his prison cell in Sokoto somewhere. Nnamdi Kanu cancels Monday sit at home in southeast Nigeria, calls for normal business, school resumption. In a statement dated February 8th, 2026, and signed by IPOB spokesperson Imar Powerful. The group said the decision takes effect from Monday, February the 9th, which will be tomorrow or today, where I am, bringing an end to years of weekly shutdown across regions. The indigenous people of Biafra IPOB has announced the total and permanent cancellation of the Monday sit-at-home across the Southeast, saying the directive came directly from its leader, Nnamdi Kanu. In a statement dated February the 8th, 2026, and signed by IPOB spokesperson Imar Powerful, the group said the decision takes effect from Monday the 9th, 2026, bringing an end to years of weekly shutdown across the region. According to the statement, the order was issued personally by Kanu, whom the IPOB described as its supreme leader, with the intention of restoring normal economic and social life in the Southeast. This directive comes directly from Oyedudu, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu himself, who has once again staked everything on the line to ensure that our children return to. So how is it taking everything on the line to ensure that their children return to school every Monday when he was the one that was preventing them in the first instance? So he was the one that was stopping them from going to school. So why is he now taking, what risk is he taking from trying to undo the evil that he is doing? The directive comes directly from Oyedudu, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, who has once again staked everything on the line to ensure that our children return to school every Monday and that our people go about their lawful businesses without fear, intimidation, or molestation, the statement said. IPOB stressed that the sit-at, and by the way, please, can we see numbers going up? We're not seeing new subscribers, and we're not seeing the like buttons go up. Like and subscribe, that's the least you can do. I mean, that's at no cost. I'm not even quibbling you about the super chats or not, but please like and subscribe now. Let the numbers go up. Please like and subscribe. IPOB stressed that the sit-at-home order is no longer in force and warned against any attempt to continue its enforcement. There is no need, excuse, or justification for anyone to stay at home on Mondays, the statement declared. All markets, schools, offices, transport services, and economic activities must resume fully and normally from tomorrow. This is the clear and unequivocal order of the supreme leader of IPOB. The group added that anyone claiming uncertainty over Kanu's position should seek direct confirmation. Anyone in doubt should visit Sokoto Correctional Center to confirm with him. We can no longer hide under Oyedudu. Cannot be reached to confirm. To persist with our recalcitrance or docility. Monday sit-at-home is over. That era is gone, the statement reads. IPOB wants that individuals or groups who attempt to enforce sit-at-home going forward will be treated as enemies. Any individual or groups attempting to enforce sit-at-home from this moment forward is acting against his direct command, the group said. Such persons are enemies of our people and the Biafran cause. They will be pursued to the ends of the earth and confronted until they are completely defeated. So that's a threat of, that's a death something. You know, Nnamdi Kanu, it deals in life and death. The statement also cautioned against what it described as possible false flag operations aimed at creating fear. We are aware that enemies of Biafra may attempt false flag operations designed to create fear, stage attacks, or intimidate our people into staying indoors, the statement said. Urging residents to remain vigilant, calm, and law-abiding. So, vigilant, calm, and law-abiding it's just the most ridiculous of people. Hold on. All right, we carry on. I think somebody sent something to me that may come into our conversations at some point. So I'm not seeing numbers going up, or can you people push numbers up? So let's see how the directive is being received on the floor. So I told you that is from the sublime today. This, just look at this set of people and tell me if these are people that you can take seriously. These are clowns with guns. So Nnamdi Kanu's directive now, this is how it's translating now to his foot soldiers in the woods. Tell me if you can hear this.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, dear friends all over the world. Today is 7th of February.
Tell me in the comment section if you can hear this information. Tell me if you can hear it.
Is coming from the table of triple general.
This is coming from the table of Dibu Dabada. It's coming from the Jabidi Jabada. You know, these people are clowns with guns, though. That's what makes it tragic.
It's coming from the table of triple general.
Dibu Dabada.
Igwe Botoso.
Igwe Dososo.
And the Major General Gentle the Yahoo. And
I thought that Gentle the Yahoo has been removed from commission. Can you people hear it, by the way? Let me know in the comment section. You know, I can hear it from the studio, but I'm not sure. Hopefully it's transmitting through. I thought that Gentle the Yahoo had been removed from circulation, but apparently, allegedly, is still there somewhere, paying people in the southeast.
All the 40 state commanders in Biafra land. As the information reaching to my table to inform all Biafrans, order from the highest command of the Biafra Restoration Movement, Onyendu Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, has reached us that Monday sit at home is cancelled from today. Sit at home is a voluntarily and will not be enforced henceforth. Last Monday, sit at home, February 2nd of February, sit at home was a one-off event due to the Soludo's stupidity and will not happen again. Onitsha traders and Onitsha traders are Biafrans, and our children must return to school on Mondays, as commanded by our able leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Our job as guardians of Biafra land is to keep away Fulani terrorists from our land. That is the task our supreme leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, gives us. And we must...
On what authority has Nnamdi Kanu armed these people and requested that they keep the Fulanis out of the forest of the southeast? On what authority? You know, what law backs that? You know? Are we operating some sort of banana republic when some witless wonder can just gather guns and claim he's defending a land? So this is why the guy is in prison now. He has no concept of these things. It's just ludicrous. It's beyond silly. But there it is right there, the comical space that is the IPOB space. It's just like, they're like comedians, but they carry guns. That's just the tragedy of it. If they didn't have guns, you just point and laugh at them and move on.
To follow it to the letter. No enforcement.
All right. So that's enough of that. So that's Nnamdi Kanu. You know, he had attempted this cancelling the sit at home once before, but Simon Ekpa shut it down. He told him that no, I will continue the sit at home. That was when Simon Ekpa was trying to wrestle the golden fleece that I was going to say shit's money. it was that was when Simon Ekpa was trying to rescue the money-making organization that is IPOB from Nnamdi Kanu's hands. So let's go on from that to this. Actually, let's go to this.
In Washington D.C., the annual, I think the 74th annual National Prayer Summit. It's normally hosted by the U.S. government and often addressed by the sitting U.S. president.
All right, this is the central piece. This is what's led us to this is where the headline comes from. So we're going to watch a few minutes of this, and then we'll send the link again and try and tease people into the platform.
The First Lady. I want you to tell us, what happened in that room, because you were also there.
Okay. First of all, some housekeeping rules. I think I want to caution that we shouldn't be reading too much into this. Some of us were invited by, I think, the U.S. Congress that hosts the National Prayer Breakfast.
And by the way, this guy is one of the threats to what's this called? Kashim Shettima's post. This is Dogara right here. He's a Christian northerner, and there's a lot of pressure on Tinubu to jettison Shettima and balance his ticket. So if he jettisons Shettima, then this is one of the prime names that they're looking at as a replacement. The prospects of him jettisoning Shettima are quite remote, but if he does jettison Shettima, this guy Dogara right here is a front liner to replace Shettima.
And I remember this is not the first time I've been invited for the prayer breakfast. When I was speaker, I was invited a couple of times. Unfortunately, the nature of my official responsibilities then didn't allow me to attend any, though I did send representatives. But as to the reason behind the National Prayer Breakfast here in Washington, it's a forum. I think it has nothing as much to do with religion, because I can see people of all faiths, an event, full of beehives of activities where people are in the spirit of Jesus. And this year, it was wonderful. And I must also say that as part of the housekeeping rules, we were not official delegations of the Nigerian government. So we presented, and the event were from issues recognizing the First Lady. There were side events, there were meetings with high-ranking government officials and some of the members of Congress, some at Capitol Hill. I remember attending quite a lot. And
all right, we may skim through quite a bit of it. These are just preambles.
A bit actively deal with this. So you can see that what is affecting the response, really.
So did you have any kind of inclination during your conversation around the National Prayer Breakfast about how this was going to work with the Nigerian government, or to help with the situation that we have regarding the killings and insecurity?
Well, I can tell you this one for free, that the very day that statement was put forward by the American government was the day we were told at the Capitol Hill that that is what has been done, the measure that has been taken by the U.S. government, but subject to further discussion with the Nigerian authorities. Now, I've followed discussions at home, and some of them even by professors who should actually know better. I believe that some comments are based on misjudgment or misreading of the international order. The international order right now, my brother, has collapsed. And the truth is that, as it is said, I don't know who said that statement, that we are at the point now in history where you are either at the table or you are on the menu. And to be very frank, I don't think even being at the table is a guarantee for you not to be on the menu. I don't think so. So for me, I have even had to refresh.
Please take note of what it said there. So the international order has recalibrated to a space now that you are either at the table or on the menu. So understand that, because that's a metaphor. That's an idiom. That's a parable right there for you to unravel. So the and I think there was a conference that took place in was it Qatar, where Tucker Carlson was moderating, and there were 3 African leaders that were on the panel. He was interacting with them and all that. And one of them told him in the back and forth in the questions and answers, one of them told him that, look, what the international norms now, the laws that binds and guides international relationship has been jettisoned now, and we're now in new uncharted territory. And that is what Dogara is also saying there now. So you are either at the table or on the menu. So we're in a kill or be killed phase in global affairs. This is the sort of politics that Donald Trump is propelling. We're at a kill or be killed. You are either a victim or an aggressor. So there's no middle ground anymore. There's nothing that binds you. Trump is trying to dismantle the United Nations and create another entity to replace it. Is already almost in the process of dismantling NATO and all of these things. So we're in uncharted territory now, and that is essentially what Dogara is telling you now, that you're either at the table, you are either sitting at the table to feast on a meal, or you are at that same table being the meal to be feasted on. That's what he's saying.
Where you are either at the table or you are on the menu. And to be very frank, I don't think even being at the table is a guarantee for you not to be on the menu. I don't think so. So for me, I have even had to refresh that to say that we have run into a situation where
you see where world affairs is now. We're in a perilous phase in global affairs when like we've already said, we're in a perilous phase. We're in uncharted territory, and you need somebody that has dexterity and guile to be able to navigate that space. If you look at the Nigerian political landscape, you want to question who amongst the main protagonists, the main players that could possibly govern that country, who amongst the main protagonists has the dexterity, the guile, the fleetness of foot to be able to navigate this Trump phase that the world is in. You know, because you need to be able to think fast on your feet. That's just what it is. And the president of Venezuela is a prime example. He was posturing, convinced about his own sovereignty, and then Trump just plucked him like a fruit from a tree and threw him in a prison in America. So that is what it is. The Greenland is a sovereign space. I think it's under the protectorateship of one of those Scandinavian countries. And Trump says he wants to take over that country, and all of the chances are that he will take it over. So we're in a might is right sort of place in global affairs. And anybody navigating any country, anybody that is superintending any country, the superintendents of every country, i.e. their presidents, prime ministers, they have to be able to navigate this. You have to be able to be quick in thinking and be quicker in action in order to navigate where we're in. He told you there that even being at the table does not guarantee that you're not on the menu. So you have to make a lot of concessions. You have to navigate your language around your relationship with the Americans in order to survive these Trump years. So which amongst the Nigerian political player space has the gall and wit and fleetness of feet to be able to navigate? Can Peter Obi handle Donald Trump? Will he go to Donald Trump and be saying China, China? The guy will slap him now. And I'm not even saying metaphorically, he will physically slap him. Will Atiku go there with a bag of dollars and say he wants to? The guy will shoot him now. So who can? Will Showore go there and say, it will kick him in the head? You know? So who amongst the political actors can navigate this American phase that we're in? Because what the Americans are looking at is nothing to do with your Christianity. They're looking at geopolitics and resources. And that is it. And they're looking at the preeminence. They may be after your resources or not. That's one thing. They are after your resources because we saw how they took over the oil fields in Venezuela. So they're after that, but that is not the primary thing. They're also after preventing your resources getting into the hands of their rivals, i.e. primarily China. So not only do they want your resources, they also don't want your resources to go to China. So that's the counterweighting that is going on. And that is all of those spaces you have to navigate. So who amongst the Nigerian landscape has the smartness, the cuteness to navigate it? That's the question you need to ask yourself.
Strongest at the table devours the rest. So we have to understand this. We have to understand this. If care is not taken, if we don't do the right things, if we don't take all the steps that we need to.
And by the way, guys, can we see numbers going up? I think we've only had about 3 new subscribers in the course of, and nobody's clicking on the like. So click on like and subscribe if you would, please. If it doesn't offend you in any way, then please do that. If it doesn't make you viscerally recoil at the idea of doing it, then do it. If it's no skin off your nose, then like and subscribe.
To take in order to be at the table, I can guarantee to you that Nigeria's future may be determined without us.
There it is right there. That's the phrase. That's the phrase right there that inspired the headline. I can guarantee you that that Nigeria's faith and Nigeria's future may be determined without us. So there's only one thing, there's only one word that it got wrong in that phrase. I can guarantee you that Nigeria's fate may be determined without us. So there's only one word missing from that phrase, that it got wrong in that phrase. It's not may, but will. Because I can guarantee you that Nigeria's fate is decided without you. So your fate is, if Trump wants to collapse that country, he will collapse it because he has already created the narrative to collapse that country. And that narrative is playing out quite aggressively within the right-wing quarters of the United States. So if he wants to collapse that country, he can collapse Nigeria and put an administrator there. He's already done it. He collapsed Venezuela and put Marco Rubio in charge of a whole sovereign country. What has happened? What consequence? Who can consequence him? If Donald Trump decides that Donald Trump Jr. should be the next president of Nigeria tomorrow, and he sends him to go and take over from Aso Rock, from Tinubu, who or what on earth can stop him? Is it Ghana that will send troops to come and rescue from Donald Trump? Who is going to stop him? So your fate will be decided outside of you. So you better play nice, pull your trousers down and bend over and let Trump do to you what he intends to, because it's outside of your control. So just pull your trousers down and bend over.
At the table, devours the rest. So we have to understand this. We have to understand this. If care is not taken, if we don't do the right things, if we don't take all the steps that we need to take in order to be at the table, I can guarantee to you that Nigeria's future may be determined without us. Based on what I know, based on what I've heard, based on what I've seen here.
Yeah, I mean,
It's scary.
Yeah, I am that same worry, Excellency, because I have also been, relating with quite a few of the individuals, especially in the U.S. Congress. I was there in November. I met quite a few of them, and some of the things that I have heard, since then.
Let me show you this image. I think a lot of you guys don't actually understand what is going on. Your future is already being decided without you. Here is Donald Trump sending American functionaries to go and supervise your country, and they're in Aso Rock Villa at your presidential seat. Look at Tinubu, look at the Americans, look at the posture, look at the imaging, look at this guy to the far right. There's a knowing look on his face now. He knows what is going on. This guy right next to Tinubu to the left, there's a knowing face on his face. He knows what is going on. But look more. Let me see if I can expand it. Yeah, let me expand it so you can really see them. Look at the look on Tinubu's face. If that is not a look of surrender, then I don't know what is. Your future is being decided outside of you. And that is the nature of war politics now.
Is pointing very clearly that the Americans and the American government, they are going to take an interest, my brother, in what happens in 2027. Did you get that sense in your interaction in the past 1 week?
Well, I think it will be more than a passing interest. Like I told you, the concern is that they can't allow Nigeria to go down, because if Nigeria goes down, they say the ripple effects will be something that can actually change the way presently Africa works. So it is all in their own collective self-enlightened interest to ensure that something is done. And they may not come out clearly to tell you that they will take more than a passing interest at the 2027 forthcoming election. But from what I gather, the body languages seen.
So the Americans are taking more than a passing interest in the 2027 election. So let's just be clear on that. If you don't understand that, then please just leave this platform. Don't listen anymore. I don't want your viewership because you're too dumb for this conversation. If you don't understand that the Americans will take more than a passing interest in the elections taking place in Nigeria next year, if you don't understand that, and you don't have your reasons why, your reasons may be right or wrong, but if you don't understand that the Americans, especially Donald Trump administration, they are going to be one of the, if not the deciding factor on who governs or continues to govern Nigeria in 2027 going forward. If you don't understand that, then I need you to switch off this flat platform, go and watch some Odunlade Nollywood movie or something, or some skit somewhere, because you're too dumb to be in this. You're just too stupid. The Americans will decide who governs you 2027 going forward. That's quite clear. They are investing resources and personnel in your space now. Now, they are investing resources. They threw a bomb. Do you know the cost of that bomb that they threw? That's the better part of at least $10 million, if not more, just to lob that bomb into Sokoto. If that, in fact, that's an underestimation. The deployment of, fact-finding teams, and then subsequent deployment of troops, and now subsequent deployment of senior personnel, military personnel, to come and encase your own president like a convict. So if you see all that, and you still don't understand that the Americans would decide who wins and who governs Nigeria 2027 going forward, if you still don't understand that, if you need an explanation to understand that, then you're too dumb to be in this conversation. Too dumb. But we listen on.
I know that will likely be the case. And I really thank God I was able to make this trip. I've learned a lot. I've seen things that I've never seen, and I know a lot.
Yeah, I mean that is very is very important, and I know that it's a very sensitive subject. But hey, this is the future.
You see, as important as what Dogara is saying to us, as important as what he's saying to us is even hold on, I think I'm being too loud. Listen on.
Of our country, and it's important that we speak frankly about it. One of the things that I have heard, Your Excellency, is that the Americans, and this is going on behind the scene, I'll be surprised if members of the Nigerian government haven't picked it up. They are saying that, look, we should not have a Muslim ticket in 2027.
So sorry, I was being a bit shouty. I was being cautioned by my household. So as important as what Dogara is saying, equally more important is what he's not saying. Do you understand? As important as what he's saying, is equally more important what he's not saying.
I was able to make this trip. I've learned a lot. I've seen things that I've never seen, and I know a lot.
Yeah, I mean that is very is very important, and I know that it's a very sensitive subject. But hey, this is the future of our country, and it's important that we speak frankly about it. One of the things that I have heard, Your Excellency, is that the Americans, and this is going on behind the scene, I'll be surprised if members of the Nigerian government haven't picked it up. They are saying that, look, we should not have a Muslim ticket in 2027. I have heard that clearly from congressmen, members of the Congress. Have you picked up that kind of?
All right. So that's a feast right there to Dogara. That's a feast right there to Dogara, because Dogara, of course, is one of the likely replacements for Shettima. He being a Christian, so is serving him up for him to present himself as an alternative to Dogara. So that's a feast to Dogara right there.
Of sentiments among the Americans, in this your visit?
Honestly, I haven't had a direct reference to that, but I have met some of the leaders of the Fed community who have said that they would prefer Nigeria to be organized in such a way that everybody feels a sense of belonging. And but nobody has made direct reference to the issue of Muslim ticket while I was here. So, well, that may be a matter of conjecture if you read from some of the discussions, but there has been no direct reference to that. But they say that Nigeria working very well, having all the interests in Nigeria represented, and then Nigeria prospering will be in best interest of the United States. In fact, there were even forums where I pointed at the fact that, look, we have helped to carry American water even when it comes to our relationship in Africa. If you remember, we fought the Liberian War, we fought the Sierra Leonean War, not because Nigeria really wanted to do that, not because there was anything in terms of economic benefits that were accrued to Nigeria, but just because America wanted democracy to be enshrined in those countries. And strangely, it was even a military junta that was in charge in Nigeria. But Yes, we had a military government, yet we were fighting on behalf of America to install democracy in those countries. So I said that working together, we have achieved great things in the past. And doing so in the future, we will definitely achieve more. But there's need for us to calm down first, understand the situations as they are, and so they will be able to apply wisdom in dealing with it. And I think that there are a number of people across Nigeria and even some part of Africa talking on behalf of Nigeria. That was what I was able to gather. There's need for us to be a bit patriotic and to think our voice, so that when we come here, we don't speak in discordant tones. We should be able to say clearly, this is what the situation is in Nigeria. This is what we want.
But the Nigerian narrative to the United States is discordant, as he just he hinted I shouldn't be. It's discordant because you have elements buying lobbyists to paint Nigeria bad. You have Nigerian elements buying lobbyists in the United States. There's a group called AVID, American Veterans of Igbo Descent. They're the ones that propelled this narrative of a Christian genocide, that the government had to go and buy lobbyists to counterweight. So you have Nigerian elements making subversive narratives, coloring the country bad in the United States. So there's already discord in a narrative with the Americans and the interactions. Can we see the likes and the subscriptions going up? Please like and subscribe. We're getting towards the end of it. If you want to come in. The link is in the comment section.
From America. And if our voices are united, we might be able to get the result, and that should be done very soon.
Okay, thank you so much for that. So I was just going to ask you about that, because I know that there are several Nigerian groups in the United States, including the Save Nigeria group, that have been campaigning even before President Trump designated Nigeria as a country of particular concern. And even after that, they've been involved in congressional meetings and sessions, pushing, even for a other American posture, because they believe that the Nigerian government is not doing enough. Did you interact with some of them? Were you able to meet with some of them while you were at this prayer breakfast? Because I know that some of them also attended the prayer summit.
Honestly, it will surprise you to know that there are some Nigerians here whose reach into the inner recesses of America really surprised me. And honestly speaking, we have not carried them along in trying to make a case to the government of the United States. And I think you've raised quite an important issue. There's need for us to...
This guy has to understand, Yakubu Dogara, he has to understand that those people are not wanting to be carried along. These are groups that that the host just described. They are an amalgamation, they are an amalgama of IPOBians and obedience. So this group that are propelling a particular narrative in the United States, that Yakubu Dogara is telling us that he was surprised just how deeply into the American system they can reach. These people, they're an amalgamation, they're coming together, they're a mesh, they are a Siamese twins of the head to the left is IPOB, the head to the to the right is obedience. So they have no interest in working along with the Tinubu administration. No, they have only two wants. They have their Biafra nation, which they don't really want, or they get their own kinsman as a president, which is highly unlikely. So with those two scenarios, if it's not achievable, then they want the decimation of that country, a complete destruction, so that from the ashes, it can then rise what they will. So working in tandem with them is not a possibility. Never going to happen.
To sit with Nigerians in diaspora to be able to agree I sincerely believe that most of them are patriotic and they're doing that in the interest of the country. I have pictures of so many of them. I've seen some personally, individually, and some maybe in sittings of dinner or lunch. Critical people who have access to the men, as we say in Nigeria, of timber and caliber, both in the executive and both in the Congress. And I've seen that one call to some of the congressional members that we think are up there, and they pick it. And these are Nigerians. So we need to put them together. There has to be if you like it, maybe even a one-day summit with Nigerians, key Nigerians leaders in the diaspora, for us to really articulate our position and to get them to support our position, our government position, in making a case to those who have the ears of Mr. President and the key people of the Department of State, even the Secretary of War and the rest, for them to really understand our position, appreciate our position, and then determine what to do going forward.
I mean, I'll ask you one last question, and it's something that is a bit critical, but it's important that I ask you, based on what you just said now, that the Americans want relationship rather than transaction. Would you advise President Tinubu that this idea of paying $9 million to lobbyists doesn't make sense, if you agree to that? Or what's your own perception with this issue of lobbyists? Some people say that, oh, it's because of the lobbyists that President Trump mentioned the First Lady's name. And I think that is just nonsense. What's your view on that? Last question, Excellency.
Well, my brother, you have lived in this country, and it's true.
Well, you think that is just nonsense because you are daft. Because if you are not daft, then why else would Trump mention Remi Tinubu other than him being pushed by a lobby group? So I'm not sure if he was trying to pander to the obedient space with that comment. But if he actually does think that, then he's daft, that presenter.
Throughout Washington, in fact, there was a place we went to and had a meeting with the former ED of the World Food Program. We're trying to lobby him to see whether we can have more food given to IDPs in Nigeria and then the hungry in Nigeria. So they told us that virtually all the houses there have been rented by lobbying groups. So lobbying is not bad. The only thing I disagree with is this issue of $9 million being paid. I don't know if the government has really come out to confirm that they have paid $9 million to a lobby group here in the US. So as far as I'm concerned, it's speculative, except I see evidence that is being done. But I know that lobbying itself, there's no country in the world that doesn't have a lobby group here. So it is not out of place, really speaking, for a Nigerian government to have a lobby group, but to pay $9 million is quite on the high side because of
it will be idiotic. It will be a dereliction of duty. It will be highly irresponsible if Nigeria doesn't have a high-powered, very expensive lobby group in the United States. Which country on this planet, even the United Kingdom, has a lobby group in the United States? How do you function if you don't have the ears of the Americans?
Situation we are in Nigeria, but I don't think that has happened. But if the government comes out and says, yes, we've paid $9 million for a lobby group in the US, then maybe we can take that off. But it's speculative. But you know very well, having lived in the US, that there's perhaps no country on earth that doesn't have a lobby group around Washington trying to push for a single. In fact, the entire Congress works on that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the reason why I asked that is because some of those Nigerians that are based in the US that you have met with, they feel pain that they are there in the US. The Nigerian government is not making use of them. And here we are. We have information and evidence in the US State Department where they must release the information that the federal government was paying that money. So they felt that, look, we are here not using us, and they are paying just some happy-go-lucky American friends of mine, $760,000.
That happy-go-lucky American friend is what has recalibrated the Nigerian relationship with the Trump administration from a negative to a positive. This guy, it must be, you know, this used to be Yemi Oshibanjo's spokesperson. Is this not Laulu Akonde? That is Laulu Akonde, isn't he? Talking like some greenhorn that doesn't know what's going on.
$1,000 every month. You know, it's just very stark, you know, Honorable. But I appreciate your comments, you know, and if you have any last word before I go.
No, nothing much to add. I think we've covered the ground, but just to say that Nigeria is a work in progress. And I reminded them here that no nation is perfect, including this one where I'm speaking from. And they have said it with their own mouth, that is, they are striving towards perfection always. And I said, look at, Nigeria has been in existence for how many years? America has been there for over 200 years. So we should be given some latitude to push through. And
in terms of auditioning to replace Kashim Shettima, I think Dogara has done excellently well. So in terms of auditioning to replace Shettima, I think Dogara has done excellently well. So that's the session. I played the Kegite music. The link is in the comment section for whoever wants to share thoughts on what you've just heard.
Water, only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro keke elemu ye o. Ibe shodi ya keke elemu re o. Obi master keke elemu re o. Chifu Faila ti keke elemu re o. Eruku lele elemu de. Ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mu dòdò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́ọ̀dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosoname ẹ̀yẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosodunke ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
I was speaking not knowing I'm muted. May death have nothing to do with us. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Joining us, Choma. Always a delight when Choma is here. Aro Gidigba is here. Good to see Aro. Bishop in the house. And as is Charlie Boy. So that's the assembled so far. Still plenty of spaces. Anybody that wants to hop on. Thank you for joining us, ladies and gentlemen. We start it off, kick it off. We do 5 minutes monologue just to go through quickly, and then we open it up. We kick it off with Chioma, who came in first. Chi, Wagwan.
Hi, Wame. Good evening. How are you?
I'm good. What's this about you cooking? I didn't know you could cook now. I thought you were, Uber Eats sort of merchant.
I am Uber. I'm an eat out kind of person. I don't like cooking. It's just a small meal that I made and I just don't feel like cooking. But anyway, one minute, can you just acknowledge that I was always right the whole time?
About what?
So okay, the last video you played, that man was talking about the U.S. taking charge of Nigerian election. That was the same thing I said how many weeks ago before Mike came in the studio talking about Chama and the lobbyists in the U.S. And I'm like, no, it's a no-brainer. And you literally even told people that if you don't get it, then you need to leave the platform. If you don't get that the U.S. is going to control the trajectory of the 2027 election, which was exactly what I said 2 weeks ago, one man, right?
No, well, that wasn't exactly what you said, but you were in
Are
the
you
ballpark.
really going to lie? You're
No, you
literally
said
just lying
you
because
said you
I
said
can
Tinubu had
pull the
to
video. One
you
man,
said
I can
Tinubu had
literally pull the
to
video and send it to you and make you play it on the
Choma, I
show.
was here when you spoke now. You said Tinubu had
No,
to
but
get
you
to say
clearly didn't
Shetima.
listen.
You said he should drop Shetima for a Christian. That was what
Yeah,
you
that's the
said.
same thing they're saying. It's the same thing.
No,
That
it's
the
not.
US is on his neck, right? And that he has to have a backup plan. That was what I said. Because they're really going to control the election, that we may not even have an election. And they're in charge. And look, they're in Nigeria. These are what I was telling you. Remember, I told you this. And you just glossed over it like, oh, it's coming from Chi Chi. But I keep telling you, you guys are so myopic in kissing ass that you literally have to think outside the box, that things have changed. You get it? It's no longer business as usual. It's so serious that First Lady was in the US. So I was right. Can you just say I was right? One man, just tell me I was right all along.
I would say that if you were, but if you were not,
One
so yeah,
man.
so you're not.
Okay, so I was not right in anything that I said 2 weeks
No,
ago.
no. I acknowledge that you are in the ballpark of what is going on, but the Americans cannot force Nigeria to change its. They can't force a ticket on Tinubu, and Tinubu is not likely to jettison Kashim Shettima.
So that's the thing.
Yeah.
You guys don't need to know what's going on behind the scenes. The guy just literally, you don't have to know everything. You get my point? Just like you didn't know when First Lady it was in the US until it was trending on the news. You don't have to know anything. Trump is gonna be calling shots. And you guys need to pay attention. It's serious. And that's what I've been trying to tell you guys. Like, stop being myopic. You have to think outside of the box, you know? And so, and remember what me and Madame Zita told you, and what I've always told you, one of the reasons I'm okay with Tinubu is because of his wife. I feel like she was wearing the pants. I like that. I mean, we don't want a town hall, you know. The town hall guy. But I like First Lady. She's very intelligent, very eloquent, very classy. Everything about her is nice. I like that she's very outspoken. She's the only First Lady that we actually had in Nigeria. I mean, I like Jonathan's wife too, but she was just a bit too dramatic for me. First Lady Remy is more poised and, sorry, what were you going to say?
I said, now only you waka come. That was
Yeah.
Patient Jonathan. Now only you waka come.
Yeah, I mean, she was so sincere, but I mean, that was so low class for me.
Yeah,
That
she's
was like
dumb, isn't she?
caricature,
Really?
Yeah. Huh?
She was a bit dumb on the dumb side. They said she's even
Yeah.
Aisha Buhari was better than Patience Jonathan.
Yeah, I mean, she was very, sincere and sweet, but I mean, that was embarrassing because I mean, we're bigger than that. But anyway, I respect an educated first lady, very outspoken. She represented us well because I don't even think Tinubu, President Tinubu would do half of what Remy did. And if Tinubu wins the election, we owe it to First Lady. She is the president of Nigeria, and I'm so proud of her. She really represented us very well. This is why, remember, there was I think 2 years ago, I told you that what my uncle always told me that he'd rather marry an intelligent woman than a beautiful wife. You get my point? And the reason why he said that is like people like Remy Tinubu, she's a virtuous woman. And I mean, she's beautiful too, but it's just like her wisdom is beyond. You get what I'm saying? It's not that many women that can really, transcend and go above and beyond for her man. If you know what I'm saying, she's just not just chilling in the house or in Asarog wearing gele. She's so composed, so classy, so demure. Everything about First Lady Remy, she's my auntie, okay, first of all, but she is on point. I love her. And I've always told you how much I love her, right? One man, true or false? One man, can you hear me?
Sorry, I was responding not knowing I'm muted. Yeah, yes, you've always spoken about your admiration of her. Yes.
Yes, that like if anything, Tinubu got right was his wife. And that's why they always say that it's always like a man needs to be careful who he marries. And as a woman, I'm telling you guys this, because a woman can make you or break you. Trust me, we are a powerful force. And when we're ready to break you, we'll break you to the T in pieces. And when we want to like make you, we will upgrade you on every level. I mean, Tinubu has been upgraded, because of his wife. And of course, Trump had to acknowledge her because she's first lady, and I think Tinubu should be proud that, he has a wife like Remy. She can speak for him. We don't need him having communications with Trump on that level, talking about a town hall. I'd be a townhouse, different from blah, blah, blah.
From the Bala Blue.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. You see, I love their marriage, I mean, he has his own thing going on from way back then when his head was like, sharp. Now he's aging. His wife stepped in, She's like the shero, and I love that. She's like the driving force behind his presidency. And people don't even know this, but listen, I live in their house. I know what's going on, okay? So wink wink. But yeah, I'm just proud of her. I'm so proud of her. But everything I said about the election is real. And I told you guys this. Even if you don't want to acknowledge it because it's coming from Chi, it's on y'all. I'm telling you, Trump is in charge. And I really want Tinubu to really have a backup plan and not just hope on Shatima, because either way it goes, the US is in charge. Whether he chooses Shatima or not, the US will decide who will be our president. I'm sorry to say, that's just a fact. So you guys need to get information. Asarok, President Tinubu, everybody in the villa, we need to get information and get it together. We don't need the US to strike twice. That's embarrassing. So what's up? What's next on the news? Oh yeah, Nnamdi Kanu thing. So first of all, one man, that Nnamdi Kanu announcement about abolishing the what do you call it? What's the thing? What you call it?
Sit at home.
Yeah, the sit at home law. Yeah. First of all, it seems a bit disingenuous. And not only that, I wish he had made an announcement from jail with his lawyers standing by him. It makes it more legit, Even if Southeasterners,
but the
start saying.
The authorities will not facilitate that now.
I think the judge in his judgment actually forbade him from having access to electronic devices for publication reasons. Remember the judgment.
Yeah, but so how does he have power to sign off on things and still be calling shots if the judge banned him?
His lawyers will visit him and then they will issue the statement via his lawyers.
Yeah, I wish they can give him a pass with that. I really wish they can give him a pass with that, because I did experience. I was in Southeast. I was in Imo State. This last Christmas. Let's say I was in Imo States, like let's say Wednesday or Tuesday, right? And I wanted to leave the following Monday, because I mean, I want to stay till the whole celebration is over and have a good time and just like rest, because I'm in my villa, I mean, I'm home with family. But I'm like, I have to book my flight on a Sunday because I don't want to experience this sit at home shenanigans because I like to eat out, I don't want to feel like a prisoner in my own town because I've never experienced sit at home since I left the US. I mean, since I left to the US. So it's just like a brand new thing to me. So that whole sit at home shenanigan really made me change my flight. I normally don't like to leave anywhere on a
But
Sunday. I literally book my flight so I
Choma,
don't have to experience. Sorry, yeah?
yeah, but this is how it affects. So that is just a macrocosm of the experience in the Southeast. So people are having to rearrange their lives around
Mm-hmm.
that sit at home. So it inconvenienced you just mildly, just because you wanted to go on Monday, but you don't want to deal with the palaver, so you decide to go on Sunday. But imagine living there, and that is your daily experience.
I know it's not fun, and I mean I'm sure those guys it's not fun. Those akara sellers or plantain sellers they're gonna be missing some coins. So I don't like that.
There are a lot of daily bread people in Nigeria
Of
that
course.
that they earn to feed for that. Like let's say for instance, the people that help you ferry things in the market,
Hmm.
that will help you carry your bags with their
Or
wheelbarrow to your car,
dispatchers.
or these things. These are daily bread earners now.
Yeah.
Its impact significant. Do you know the impact on the southeastern economy? That's it at home. Countless billions of naira, billions of dollars even,
Yeah,
over the
because it's
course of
Monday.
5 yeah,
Because it's
and
Monday.
what is the Southeast without enterprise? It's all business in the Southeast now.
Hmm.
It's a
So
real.
yeah, because I know Soludo was the one that first shut it down. So did he shut down Onisha Market or just the whole? I don't know which one he shut down, but
No, I think he shut down parts of main market,
okay,
because he told
yeah.
them that if they don't open on Monday, then he will shut down their shops.
I mean, one man. I mean, initially it was like, okay, let's just see where we go with this, But at some point, we just gotta move on. We just gotta move on and just forge ahead and look forward to better days and not just going backwards. I mean, Nnamdi Kanu, he's in jail now. I mean, he's in prison. So we just have to move forward and just like forget all this sit at home Biafra stuff and try to come together as one. Even
You
if
you know you
we're
know
But
you, you
Chema, it's
know.
not gonna happen.
Hold on,
I'll
hold
never
on,
forget
Charles.
what they did
No,
to my people. I'll
Charles.
never even
Can
forget.
you be quiet, Charles, please? Sorry, boss. Can you hold your peace? You've even let me lose my thought. Now, you see that sit at home, Choma.
Mhm.
It's actually not actually done anything. So they did it for about 4 years. They are putting a stop to it now, but nothing. It achieved nothing. Nothing changed. Not a single change. Not a
Except
single
for
thing
more death.
except for more debt and loss of income for a lot of people. So it impacted nothing. It's not progressed Biafra. There's no ongoing conversation between the Nigerian state and the prospects of a Biafra. They've not released Nnamdi Kanu. In fact, they've sentenced him to life. They've not released Simon Ekpa. They've sentenced him to 7 years. So all those 4 years thereabout, not a single thing was achieved. Not one.
Yeah. So I mean, it's one of those things. But I mean, I see where, I see every part of the whole Biafra. I see every significant point, but it's just at this point, it's just not possible, you know? I think like most Igbos, not even some, most Igbos have moved on. Everybody is worried about, their pockets, their livelihood, their family, their immediate family at this point. I'm not really worried about fighting no cause. I'm sorry, one man. Like, I'm not worried about fighting no cause. I'm worried about myself and making it to heaven. Okay, because I know I'm gonna make it to heaven. I don't know about y'all, but I'm on a heavenly race. I'm not on a.
with the
I'm not
life
on
that you have
Namdi
lived,
Kanu. Huh?
with the life that you have lived,
Yeah,
Choma, are you sure?
I'm living a great life. You know, I've cursed out some people, but that's not gonna stop me from making it to heaven. Some people need it to be cursed out for sure. But
All
I'm
right.
still gonna make it to heaven. You
All right.
know?
Give us about 2 more minutes, Choma, and then we'll move it around.
No, I think that's all I wanted to say. That I really commend First Lady Remi Tinubu. You know, she is a good leader, and she's representing women. And I really like that. You know, women can look up to her, young girls, and that's what she always wanted. And you know, I'm one of the young women that are looking up to her, and I really respect her a lot. And I hope more girls like my age will emulate her. She's a very good woman. I like her a lot. So yeah, that's all I have to say.
All right. I've got just one last question for you.
Mhm.
Who do you want to emulate more? Remi Tinubu or this lady here? Who is
Well,
prettier, Remi Tinubu or Margaret Obi?
to me, you know, I've watched okay, so one of the reasons I love Madam First Lady Senator Remi Tinubu, because she's educated. I've listened to her interview. I've not seen any interview from Peter Obi's wife. I don't know if she even finished college. I mean, it doesn't matter. But
He
you know,
married her
that
at 16.
notwithstanding,
She was 16 when he married her.
yeah. But anyway, that notwithstanding, I mean, we still have First Lady Jonathan. You know, she did her thing, and that's it. But First Lady Remington was a remarkable woman. You know, she's very outstanding. That's why I like her. And
Jonathan's
I've
wife had the
listened,
masters, Choma.
huh?
Jonathan's wife had the masters.
Who
At least
dashed
as
her?
well. I think she even had a PhD even.
That's interesting. So, you
Yeah.
know, anybody can get one in Nigeria. But anyway, let me go
In
ahead.
cooking for the room. In
She was a
cooking
Honey,
for the room.
but you know,
His
I
wife
like
was
it, but you know, I'm not that stupid. You know, I'm a Nigeria babe. I know how far these things. I can even become a doctor tomorrow. Like, I can dash myself a doctor title. Everybody should just go and sit down, please. Anyway, so Remi Tinubu, I've listened to her interviews even before she became first lady. You know, she's a senator. She was very outspoken. You know, and then
Did she not
another
used
thing,
to
I
go
love the
around
way she
slapping
carried
people?
herself. So
Did she not
listen,
used to go around? Do you
no, no,
remember
no, no,
when
no.
she was in a physical fight with Dino Milaye in
I
the
mean,
House of
she
Assembly?
she was she was standing up for herself as a woman. You know, in Nigeria, it's really hard for a woman to be outspoken. It's just like this one that's fighting with Pabio. I forgot her name, Natasha. Right? It's not an
Yes.
easy thing to be a woman in politics in Nigeria. I mean, you're dealing with Nigerian men, huh? Nigerian men. Everybody in the world know Nigerian men. Oh. They're not easy to marry. They're not easy to live with. The only thing we can say yes, you know, give them five is they know how to spend money. After that, that is it. Forget. Anyway, Remi Tinubu, I love her so much. She's very remarkable. I've listened to her interviews even before she became first lady. She had a vision. Her and her husband, she and her husband were both focused. They knew where they were going. They saw the future. And you notice she was never engaging in this Owambe. You know, she never really went to any Owambe or, you know, went to any, like, I think the last party I saw her was in Saraki's burial. Last event I saw her was in Saraki. You know the ambassador Saraki, right? That was the only event I actually saw Remi Tinubu. She was always very reserved because she positioned herself as a first lady. And not just a first lady, you know, a distinguished first lady of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Oh,
You know, like she's in her own class, not the class of there's God though, you know.
all
But
right.
it's as well. I like her. I like her a lot. So that's
All
all I
right,
have to say.
brilliant. All right, brilliant. Excellently put. So that's Choma opening up the session for us. We move the mic quickly from you, Choma. We take it in the direction of Arogedigba. So we're talking about the eye-opening interview that Yakubu Dogara granted Laudo Akonde. We saw it right there. A lot of things to unravel, unbuckle from there. Nnamdi Kanu still issuing directives from Sokoto prison. So we don't even know what that one is all about. There was this one as well. I didn't bring you this one, but you may want to speak on it. Ladipo market has been shut down, and then they're listing all the markets that has been shut down in Lagos. Erukan market in Mile 2, Oja Oba market in
Balogun,
K2,
sections of Balogun were shut down.
Owosheni, Tundas market, Oba Ogunjobi market in Mile 2 still. Shops owners, BRT terminal Mile 2, Mile 2, Mile 12, not Mile 2, but Mile 12, Mile 12 bus stop shops, K2 terminal market, 6 plazas, and on and on. A lot of markets actually shut down in Lagos. Wow. 18 in total, the counting. And it's all to do with just them not following direct. Look at the level of filth. No wonder they're telling you Lagos is smelling. So are you expecting Peter Obi to go running there again to go and do his ethnic jingle?
All right. Good morning, one man, and good day to everyone else, wherever you may be. I'm happy to be with you all. So as would be said by Baba and others, please like and subscribe. I listened to what's that gentleman's name? It's quite a lovely something black, I think. I listened to him yesterday. Quite a
Isaac Black.
Isaac Black, yeah, quite a nice man. Very kind, I have to say. So one man, Dogara. I think this is the second interview I've actually watched in just as many weeks. Actually, I think he had an interview with Sean Kabalo either last week or the week before. He's put himself out there. He's reaffirming his commitments to APC, but he is somewhat of a fair weather friend. We saw what he did himself and his likes, his yoke, in 2015, how they hijacked the National Assembly in cooperation with Saraki and his gang. They did try to frustrate the first term of Buhari and Shibaja. So many things happened because of his greed, his lust for power. I think he's trying to position himself there as an alternative to Shetima, but I'm certain Tinubu is not that daft to travel with such a character as Dogara. Even running into the 2023 elections there, he took a position and he had to track back as a consequence of the result of the election. So,
sorry, Arogidiba. So sorry. Can people please push up our numbers with the likes and the subscribes? They are not going up at all. You need to push them up. If you're not already subscribed, please do. If you have not clicked on the like button, please do. In the same motion that you're using to subscribe, you can double click, subscribe, and don't double click on subscribe because that will also, but click on subscribe and click on like. Sorry, Aro, carry on.
That's fine. Thank you very much, Roman. So I mean, I think, would there be a push for the ticket to be kind of what we would have considered a normal balanced ticket, which is hard because there's Nigerians that are neither Christians or Muslims, there's traditionalists, there's people of other diverse religions. Why should we? I mean, I don't know why we need to divorce as some would say, religions from states. And we need to take it very seriously, and we need to regulate religion in Nigeria. Going forward, at some stage, a president in Nigeria just has to do it. Because if we don't do that, there'll be no going forward. I think if Tinubu must, I think a better candidate, I think a stronger candidate, and I think a candidate that can actually help him with the right amount of influence, if he passes the influence on to him there, would be Ahmed Musa. And I think even politically, in terms of the votes, I think Ahmed Musa will bring more votes in for Tinubu and it might bring enough
Ahmed
voting.
Musa or Christopher Musa?
Sorry, Christopher Musa I meant to say. So Ahmed Musa is a
Yes.
footballer. Christopher Musa, I think, will bring more votes and balance the votes out against what he might lose with Shetima leaving. Because I think Christopher Musa will bring a lot of the Southern Cardinal votes. He will bring a lot of the votes from the North Central. He will I think he can lock in those North Central votes for Tinubu, as opposed to, and I think that can balance out whatever he might lose to Shetima and So I don't know, but even at that, I don't want to talk about politics too much. Something that's been disturbing me very much in the last few days is this Electoral Act. The noise around it, and someone that witnessed Brexit, witnessed the lies in Brexit, and witnessed the nature in which professionals, so-called professionals, were able to manipulate, act, were able to misguide the general public. You hear people say that it's in the interest of Nigerians for a clause to be in the Electoral Act that would ultimately, when you interpret it, that ultimately on the day of elections would disenfranchise more than 70% of the voting public in Nigeria. Because when you put a clause that says you shall, the word shall is very important, because we have seen in the last electoral cycles the litigation, and we've seen some of the arguments, okay, of the opposition when they got to court. When you put a clause that says you shall, that means you don't, the INEC does not have an option. And even in the case that for whatever reason beyond their immediate influence there, for technical reasons, for whatever reason, if they fail to send, to transmit, not transfer, because the choice of words are very, very delicate. And I think the senators there, in actually removing that clause there and not passing it, have dodged a bullet. Because if they had gone ahead and actually passed a law like that, we would never, ever, ever have a consequential election in Nigeria. None of our elections would ever be final. And in fact, Nigeria will be the next election.
Sorry, Aro, it's a stupid argument to mandate and to compel that INEC transmits election results in real time from the polling booth.
And the word,
what's the connectivity in Nigeria? When people join us from Nigeria, their internet always drops. When you go outside of Lagos, you cannot get connection.
I was trying to talk
what's the infrastructure for that real time? It's just it's beyond stupid.
Ibadan is a major city in Nigeria. Ibadan is a major city in Nigeria. Large population, well developed, good infrastructure, whatnot. It's not you're looking for, you won't get. I tried to speak to a friend in Ibadan today on WhatsApp, just simple WhatsApp, man. And it took almost 2 minutes for the call to connect. A simple WhatsApp call. It took almost 2 minutes for the call to connect. The thing was just doing connecting, and it was just hanging out there. And then, and I hear people say, why don't you get Starlink? Did you just know the number of electoral units, polling units exist in Nigeria? You'll have to get a Starlink box for each polling unit. And
what are the security measures even?
For that?
We're subject to manipulation by some by the evil hands of Elon Musk now.
One man already
look how stupid that idea is.
Already our elections cost so much, okay? And if you now say you want to Starlink, I think Starlink, I don't know, I think someone suggested is more than 250,000 naira for each Starlink unit. You're going to have to get at least one redundancy for each polling unit. So you're talking about at least 2 Starlinks for each polling unit. We're talking about more than 100 and something thousand polling units, into the hundreds of thousands. Number one. And also when you look at the wording shall, and you do it in real time, it means that if for whatever reason nobody cares, you are not able to transmit.
And they are saying that, they're saying if you are not able to transmit it, then it should invalidate the votes.
Invalidate the voting in that. That means that more Nigerians will be disenfranchised. How can you be a supposed non
you live in the United Kingdom, Arukidigba. Do they transmit?
We don't count. We don't do it in real time. No,
they do it by paper here now.
By paper, you count it. All of us stand around there, and they will count every single ballot. Ballots that actually are defective because the person didn't mark it correctly, or some people intentionally actually just damage their ballots. Actually, people do all kind of nonsense as a protest. The ballots there will be shown to everybody. You can actually walk up to the place and actually inspect the ballots. As a one man, you know this to be true. You can and everybody actually has their agents, and even members of the public in general. It's usually done in schools, like the schools are shut down, and the school auditorium, the primary school auditorium and secondary school auditorium in the neighborhood or the community center is where usually elections are held, and that's usually the polling unit. Everybody gets to watch. We count it ballot by ballot. We could be there till 10 p.m. sometimes. And they will call each district one by one. It's simple as that. The most important thing is what we have with the Beavers, to make sure that individuals that are going
even in the United States, the most advanced democracy, the biggest democracy in the world, they don't transmit election results in real time.
I don't know why.
I think they're just looking for ready-made excuse to park their losing under in 2027.
It's more dangerous than that. You're saying it's just a ready-made excuse. If the law had been passed exactly the way they are suggesting, we would never have a conclusive election in Nigeria ever again, because more than 80% of Nigerians will be disenfranchised. I can promise you that. More than 80% of the votes would automatically be voided right away before you even get going. And when they get to court, the judge will look at it. Even when the votes actually valid, there's been no manipulation. You can prove that there's been no manipulation because of the law. The word shall. That makes it it's not negotiable. You can't negotiate it. It's a must. It's a prerequisite. Once you fail to do it for whatever reason, technical, whatever, human, at the end of the day, INEC use ad hoc staff. These are usually NYSC guys that are trained maybe 2 months, 3 months before the day. Some of them are not technical. Yeah, they are young, but it doesn't mean they have the technical competence to operate a biometric voter units. There's the pressure of the day. They're under pressure. Some of them are in places where they've never been to. There's no lights. There's discomfort. They've had to sleep in a field. I mean, what really goes into elections in Nigeria is something that a lot of people do not appreciate. And when you see these people that call themselves NGOs, who are supposedly meant to look after the interest of most Nigerians and to make sure that as many Nigerians actually have to get to vote and their votes count, when they make such an argument, it means that those individuals don't care for the general public of Nigeria, the generality of Nigerians. More than 80% of Nigerians live in rural communities. And I can guarantee you that those people, their votes, they will be effectively disenfranchised. So I don't know what kind of NGO would follow and chase down something that doesn't advantage those individuals. It does not it doesn't improve the electoral process. All it would do is disenfranchise the Nigerians living in rural communities, and it will throw the country into confusion. I really don't get it. It's these NGOs are just trading on the misery and the misfortune of Nigerians. It's shameless.
But it's not the NGOs propelling the narrative now. It's the opposition space that is propelling that narrative.
I don't get it. I really don't get it, because I think Nigerians look at, yes, people want elections to count. I want elections to count. But we need to.
But elections do count in Nigeria, though. The last cycle of elections that we had, which was the 2023 elections, that's the best election we've had in the history of that. That's in terms of representing the will of the people, that's the election so far that represents what the people voted for. If you think that Article 1 Osun State and Peter Obi won Lagos State, not under any other cycle of election would that have ever been a possibility. Not ever.
Okay,
you know?
one man, I understand your argument, okay? But I think the elections, however well they went, I think there was a lot that could have been better, a lot. I have read arguments that suggest that the 92 million registered voters is rather fraudulent, or rather not a true reflection, is overinflated, and the voting register needs to be sanitized. But the reality is, if we take that number to be correct, most Nigerians will vote, and whatever causes most
sorry,
Nigerians.
Aro. You can interject, by the way. It's just there's just about 4 of us, so we can free and easy, and it's a very matured sort of panel. So you can interject if you feel inclined to. But carry on, Aro. Can people please like and subscribe? The numbers are not going up. Help the ministry like and subscribe. Back to Aro.
One man, I think the 92. If we take the voter register to be 92 million people, the number of people that came out to vote on the day was abysmal. I know around the world, especially in democracies where it's not civic. I mean, you have a civic right to vote, but it's not like, there's countries where you don't have a choice. You have to go and vote. Like, you can then void your vote when you get there, but you have to show up on the election day.
So sorry, Aro, again. I'm not disrupting your flow. Ossie, click on mute and unmute twice. Your device is not connecting with the studio. Or go out and come back in. Sorry, carry on. Can people please like and subscribe? We need numbers going on.
I think when we look at the number of people that came out to vote, it should have been better, and maybe the result of the election, because
was it not the beaver system that weeded out this phantom?
I've read the argument as well, and I can't prove it. Okay, all I can tell you is the voter register as we have it is 92 million people, and we didn't see 92 million voters. That's all I can say. Now, ultimately, an individual won. That's the balance of it. Ultimately, an individual
but
won.
that's not an argument. Oh, sorry, Aro. That's not an argument, because if you look at the global statistics, if you average out, it is if the voter turnout is 40%, that's usually considered quite epic.
Around the world, that's the number usually. Yeah.
Yes, there's usually apathy amongst voters. The young people see it as a day of the disenfranchised. They ignore it as a protest, and all of these pockets of elements, averagely no more than 30-35% of registered voters. I'm not sure what the figures are in America, but I suspect it may not be more than 40% of the registered voters that actually vote.
One man, you lived through the Brexit vote. You saw the consequence of voter apathy, especially the young population. On the day of Brexit, I mean, the thing was going on for months. There was buses. Farage and his ilk, they had buses all around the place campaigning for the yes vote. But on the day of the election, old people went out and voted. Young people, like, I don't know where they were, but where they were. And the 2 days after, they were all on TV complaining that their future's been wrecked by this old hags. But the fact of the matter is, you have to get out there and vote. I have the misfortune that because I live in where I live, I can't just, I should probably, if I really love the country as much as I claim to, probably go and vote more in Nigeria and go home and vote, given that we don't have diaspora voting. But the fact of the matter is, you have the opportunity to vote, get your voter's card, and go out there and vote. You have the day off. There's no proper business going on the day we vote in Nigeria. It's not like other places in the world where you still have to go to school, you have to go about your business, and you just go, you show up at the polling unit, maybe on your way back home, or early in the morning, you go out there early in the morning. We don't usually have a day off on the election days. Whereas in Nigeria, they have a day off. They probably have a week off. No one expects you to show up to work on that day because it's the weekend. And nobody expects you to be doing much the day after anyway. And the Friday before, no more, by midday, all business is shut down. People don't have any business sitting around the house scratching their hearts. You go out there, you vote. So you can't complain that you have 4 years under Tinubu or under Atiku or under Peter Obi, wherever it is. If you're not going to go out there.
Aro, let me take you to something Choma was saying earlier And I too was endorsing it. And then maybe we move the mic around a little bit. We're talking about the 2027 elections and the impacts that the Americans will have, because undoubtedly, do you concede that the Americans will undoubtedly shape the direction of the 2027 elections? And if you concede that, what direction do you anticipate that they will shape it towards?
Well, it would seem that there's individuals in Nigeria, and I think we have a lot. I think we have a lot of evangelicals in Nigeria, and the evangelicals seem to have some influence in America. You know, they are wealthy. The evangelicals, we see them, the pastors, the mega pastors, they are wealthy. They have disciples as well. They are wealthy. They have connections. We have business people that are, moving the evangelical circles. It would seem that they are trying to convince them, and we know the evangelicals are in power essentially, and they have influence on the presidency. I think they are trying to push things in that direction. Possibly, we saw a bit of it in the 2020 elections. The fact of the matter is, the 2020 elections was about religion and it was about tribe. We can't run away from that fact. So they're gonna have a second dip at it and see how they can influence it. And I think that's the direction they're gonna try. And it's clear as daylight. Dogara is a Northern Christian. It's not by chance that he's out there having dinners, and he's very smart, Dogara. He's keeping a lot close to his chest.
Do you believe the narrative that the Americans are pressuring Tinubu to balance his ticket? Do you think they will interfere to that level, insisting that it takes a Christian deputy?
I think 2023 was probably one of the years where they were a bit indifferent. Going back to the OBJ, maybe OBJ, and then maybe I don't know what, I can't think much of what happened in 2007, but I think in 2003, sorry, 99, 2003, they were interested. We saw it during Jonathan years. They Obama seemed to be interested. So that they're interested is nothing new. I mean, they've always been interested. APC will probably not have seized power the way they did without some of the American, influence as well. So they've always been interested. So you can't dismiss them, like them or hate them. They're there. They're present reality. And if as a country we don't get our act together, if as a country we allow citizens, supposed citizens, to go out there, do whatever they want out there, and fly back into Nigeria without question. Nigeria is probably one of the only countries where citizens undermine the sovereignty, and they just fly in and out. You think Russians can do that? Putin would not be hanging by the balls. Americans can't do that. If you're an American, you can't just take money from another country, or take money from donors from another country without declaring it. But in Nigeria, you have NGOs, you have all sorts of Nigerians giving money and taking money from all sorts of people from around the world for also to influence all sorts of decisions without declaring it. And the government just sits around. I mean, to be frank, the Nigerian government over the years, I can't be the president of Nigeria. They'd impeach me within 2 days, because I'll show them Pepe. Really, within a week, I'll show them. And you're not gonna do anything while I'm around.
Well, let me ask you a question. So, in what way would they influence the election? How could they do it?
How did they influence the election in 2015? How did they influence the election in 1999? How did they influence the election?
Tell me. How did they do it in 2015?
Are you asking me this question? This is general. This is public knowledge.
Just say
I can give you the example.
One of Obama's chief strategists was literally working with the APC to literally undermine the Jonathan administration and get APC government. It was clear as day. They made it pop. They didn't even hide it. John Kerry was literally in Nigeria meeting with the APC chieftains literally a week before. And he tried to meet with Jonathan.
Also, the campaign team for Obama worked for Buhari.
Yeah, I mean, it's public knowledge, and everybody knows this.
Also, in the Edo State election, the one that gave Obaseki a second term, there was a lot of foreign interference in that election, to the point that they were threatening that they will expose the accounts of Nigerian politicians if they don't let that election run in a certain way.
Okay, so what
Yeah.
you just said now is exactly what I'm looking for. There's
Yeah.
an action. But if you're saying they're working with the APC, that still won't do anything when it comes to election, because we're talking about Nigerian election. But if they're actively like doing something like, oh, we'll make pronouncement of people stealing money, or we can physically and we can see what they're doing, that's what will make people scared. But if you're just saying just because they visit the APC and they're talking to them behind the closed door, and that will make any change, that makes no sense to me. That's not how they will affect the election. The only way they could affect it is you can see them maybe doing things like maybe all of a sudden. I mean, you can see during that time, what I'm actually looking for is you can see the noise when it comes to Boko Haram. You can see the noise actually went up, and there's a lot of insurgency. So that in that way, I can even say they collaborate with people doing those things. If you're giving me that kind of point, then it makes sense to me. But if you're just saying just because they visited a week before, that makes no sense. It's just dumb way for people to kind of come on and think if something is working out. That makes no sense. That's why I'm asking you. No, just listen.
Interested.
Listen first. Just listen. That's why I'm asking that. What exactly can they do this time that will make people think that, okay, we're going to vote the other way? We have to be able to tell us exactly what. If not, I think this is just a talking point for people. It makes no sense to me.
I don't think at this level, I don't think they are dealing with the general public much at this level. I think what you have is they have individuals of influence who are trying to communicate with the power players to move things in a particular direction. Okay.
And that's ongoing as we speak.
Yeah, they have concerns, and some of their concerns are very legitimate. The reality of it is this: there's serious insecurity in Nigeria. 162 people is 162 people. That could be me or you. That could be any of our family members. It doesn't matter where they are. The fact of the matter is they are within the country, and the fact that they're within the country means that they have a right to life, and they have a right to dignity, and they have a right to pursue whatever they want to pursue in their life. Okay, and there should be no reason for their life to be threatened under any guise, religious or ethnic or tribal or whatever, or personal. The fact of the matter is, we all deserve to live in a safe space and to progress. Now, if for whatever reason some people are threatening that, we need to deal with it. So that's that.
Yeah, but during election 2023, 2022, the same similar thing.
Bishop, are you there, by the way? You've been quiet all the way through.
I don't know why Bishop is quiet.
There?
The same.
Bishop usually pipes up now when he hears something he doesn't like.
Probably.
But carry on.
So,
I think we are below his grade, huh?
Yeah. So what I'm saying is this: during 2022, similar things. They went into church. They were buying people in the church. We can see that they ran away. We see those things. They're using the same tactics, and this is Southwest I'm talking about. They came to Southwest to do the same thing. I believe that this killing that we're seeing right now, I think it's just politics. They're using it to scare people. It's a fear mongering that they're doing.
For me, at this stage of my life, it doesn't matter if it's politics or not. The responsibility of a responsible government is to make sure
it does matter if it's politics, Aro.
Yeah, it does matter if it's politics.
Hold on. It matters if it's politics, because that determines how the response is crafted.
No, that cannot be true. For me, the way I see it is this: a serious government and a serious country must, as the government, as the authority, as the absolute authority vested with the sovereignty of the people, must be able to demonstrate absolutely that it has the monopoly of violence. And any stupid child that wants to misbehave and jeopardize safety.
There are very few countries in that position, Oriola.
Well, that is why those countries are progressing, and that is why those countries think that we are called them sane, and that is probably why we.
But it's only top tier countries that have the 80% of the Middle East. None of their sovereign. The Libyan government doesn't have the monopoly of power.
Well, when Gaddafi was there, when Gaddafi was there, Libya had the monopoly.
Gaddafi is not there anymore.
When Saddam Hussein was in power, he had the monopoly of violence.
A lot of countries don't actually have the monopoly of violence.
The president of China has the monopoly of violence. The president,
yeah, but those are top tier countries. Like China is a top tier country now.
Turkey is not a top tier country.
Turkey is a top tier country.
Well, yes and no. I've been there. But I'm telling you,
I've been there.
The last time a bunch of people were arrested, remember, like, what was it, like 4 or 5 years ago? Erdogan shut down the country, arrested a bunch of judges. There was literally chaos in the country for like 1 day. People are getting arrested left, right, and center.
Are we talking about democracy, or are we just talking about dictatorship? Because I don't understand this.
No. Hold on, Aro. Yes, Oriola, what Aro is contending, because Aro is saying that the government should be able to demonstrate capacity to provide security for the country irrespective of the circumstances. And you said that what we're seeing in Nigeria now, the escalation in insecurity is linked with politics. And I agreed with you on that. And Aro is saying that it's immaterial if it's linked with politics or not, that the government should still be able to sit on top of it. And I'm saying that it does matter that if it's linked to politics or not, because that then crafts the sort of response that the government uses to respond. So that's broadly where we are.
So yeah, that's it. I'm not. I mean, there's people in the comments making all sorts of fun. You know, they don't even have they're cowards. They can't even come up there and say what's in their mind. So they are keyboard warriors.
Those people, they don't speak English now. Like Aladdin Kelly, he doesn't speak English.
I'm not claiming to be brilliant, the most brilliant, you know. And I'm not the sharpest tool in the box, but I'm sharp enough. Okay. But what I'm trying to say is this: the country can do better. I'm not going to claim that Tinubu is a saint and everything and is you know, it can't do no wrong. No.
Do you think the expectation of Tinubu, do you think in terms of insecurity, do you think there's an unrealistic expectation of Tinubu, or are you in the camp that he asked for the job? So
he asked for the job. That's what he said. He said it publicly that he asked for the job. Nobody should pity him. I don't pity him. I want him to do the job. And I think he's doing a lot of politics. I understand he's doing a lot of politics because his hands are tied and because he's being pushed to it, because other politicking, the way the politics in Nigeria. But I think at the same time, the fact of the matter is to ask for the job. Get out there and do it.
Wait, I mean, I kind of like want to understand exactly how, when you make your point, I'm trying to kind of like understand. I don't want to guess. Why do you think he's now making strive to end insecurity? Why do you think he's not doing the right thing? I think he appointed the right people to do it.
He's making an effort. I absolutely can credit him that they're making an effort, and I can see the efforts they're making. I do follow a lot of military, releases. I know they're doing a lot, but I know that their hands are tied because over the years, military is not capable. One of the problems we have is that we are trying. We want to be successful, but we don't have a military.
Do you think our military is not capable, or do you think they are
not sufficient?
Are you sure?
There's so many things. Number one, you have fifth columnists in the military.
Well, that's more the case, isn't it? Hold on. Just hold on. Are we more like, because you are saying what to Nigeria parrots all over social media that we need a 1 million man army on another, but that fifth columnist, the sabotaging, the internal corruption, and the political will, if all of those things, if they synergize towards addressing insecurity, do you think that is not sufficient enough to address it? Because if you're talking about political will, for instance, the appointment of somebody like Badaru as the Minister of Defense, he has no antecedents in military, and he's also speculated. There's rumors of his association with insurgency. Ditto the Minister of State for Defense, Matawale. There's been rumors about him. So so that's where the political will comes in.
Exactly.
You know, and then the corruption embedded within the security structure itself. When they gave them their budget and they loot it and then starve these people of the capacity to address. So a lot of that actually factors in, maybe more so than the number of personnel.
Absolutely, I absolutely I agree with you. But the number of personnel makes it even worse, because when you look at some of the incidents in some of these very remote locations in recent years, one thing that you'd hear is either there's not enough personnel or in that locality, and the bandits and the terrorists and the criminals take advantage of it, or the distance or the lack of infrastructure that would allow the military to get there in good time, because they have to go through bush paths and there's no motorable roads. The country is in a terrible state. We've brought our country to a state where it is in 2026, all of us as a collective. And it's time for every Nigerian to take responsibility, because I still see stories of Nigerians doing things, regular people on the streets, and they cannot blame the president or any leaders for their actions. Collectively, as a people, we are godless, evil people. I'm telling you, the average Nigeria is a godless, evil nuisance. And that's just the reality of it.
I agree with you on that. The Nigerian person is a pretty nasty piece of work.
One of the worst things that could happen to them is for me to ever become a leader in that country, because I'll probably be worse than Buhari in 1979. I'll be flogging them on the street.
Do you just give a micro answer to this, and then we'll move it around, but stay with us, because you've still not spoken on Nnamdi Kanu. Our bishop is there. We're not sure if he's fully with us. I think Oriola wants to speak as well. Comparable Fact joins us as well. But do you think that Nigeria is too complex and unwieldy to be an ongoing enterprise the way it is?
No, we're not complex, one man. We are not.
You don't think we're complex?
We're not complex.
And something. Okay, go on.
We're not complex. We're just ungodly people. That is all. We disguise our terrible behavior. We disguise it, and we hide behind tribe and religion. And very quickly, I will move on to Kanu. I wish him luck. He has started his appeal. I wish him luck. I believe he has kids. I really don't like him, because I used to listen to Radio Biafra in 2014. I don't like some of the stuff I heard him say. I mean, some of you people, I heard him live. I used to listen to that radio Biafra. 2 p.m., the director comes on and he spews all sorts of rubbish for hours. I don't like what he used to say then. I don't like him. It was false, it was misleading, it was hateful, spiteful stuff. But he has kids. He's under the threat that he might lose his life. He might have his head lopped off.
So the people that he pied, they don't have kids?
Yes, the people he pied that have kids as well. But at the end of the day, it's just unfortunate. He put himself in that situation. I would like him to, because you remember the day he got judgment, I was over here fuming and saying he deserved it. But sometimes you just look at it and say, look at this young man. He's put himself where he's put himself. It's very sad. People have lost their lives. All these things has happened. There's been damage to the region. All of us have been damaged by him, to be frank, because there's mistrust and there's all sorts of emotional, matters that he's brought to the fore that need not be. All of us have been damaged. Every Nigerian has been damaged by this mass rhetoric. But the fact of the matter is, I wish him luck in his appeal. I don't think he's going to get much far with it. He's really messed up his case by not defending himself correctly. So that is it. I look at the stupid idiot that was reading that press release apparently from Kanu. The man can't even read properly. I mean, is really that the best that these people can put up? The same tribe that produced the Zik of Africa? It's shameful. So one man, I put it there, and there's other people that should speak. There's brilliant individuals.
All right, we'll move the mic around, and then we go to Bishop. But on our way to Bishop, can I please implore that people that have not already subscribed, please subscribe. The numbers are not going up. The numbers should go up. We have sufficient enough traffic right across all the places we're broadcasting to. So please push up our numbers by subscribing. If it doesn't jar you in any particular way to subscribe, then you have all of the reasons to do that. Even if you have to get off your seat to do it, do it. If you have to switch it on your phone to do it, do it. We need 20 new subscribers before the end of the stream. So be one of them. Subscribe now. And like as well. So we take the conversation to Bishop. But on our way to Bishop, I asked you a question which you responded in the negative. And then I went on ChatGPT I was asking you if Nigeria is too complex and unwielding an entity to be an ongoing singular enterprise, and you said no. So I went on ChatGPT and I interrogated this question: which country has the most ethnically diverse mix? So I asked for the top 10. These are the top 10 countries with the most ethnically diverse mix. Top 10 most ethnically diverse countries are commonly cited. The one with the biggest ethnic diversity is Papua New Guinea, with over 800 distinct languages. The second most ethnically diverse country is your country, more ethnically diverse than India, Indonesia, Congo, every other country. The second most ethnically diverse country on this planet is Nigeria. And that somewhat, it ties into a lot of the difficulties that we're having as a nation because it's so unwielding and because there is no commonality that binds. But let's see if Bishop is ready for us. Bishop, are you there?
Man, look at that list. Yeah. Nigeria is actually number 1 in that list, technically, because Papua New Guinea has linguistic diversity, but they are not, the people themselves, I don't think, group themselves ethnically as the same way Nigerians do. So I think even if you look at the list, I look at the way the list works in real sense and how the social interaction of the ethnic groups in Nigeria, you can say Nigeria is actually number 1 because number 1, the population of Papua New Guinea doesn't compare to the Nigerian population, and the nature of how the diverse, the ethnicities actually group themselves, like formally, they are formally grouped, formally identifiable. Whereas in Papua New Guinea, I don't think they are formally identifiable as ethnic groups, constitutionally. So, I mean, we are diverse people. We should do better. We should really move forward and chat and report.
Yeah, but therein lies the problem, though. We should do better. You know, that diversity should be our strength. But then it's now the noose around our neck, pretty much. But Bishop, if you're ready, then floor is yours. Bishop. All right, but I didn't think we had Bishop fully. Let's go to Oriola then. Oriola, you came in. We were talking about the speech given by Dogara, just charting the course that Nigeria might well not be in charge of its own destiny, that there are other powerful machinationing covertly in the shadows. So he said that, and then Nnamdi Kanu gave the directive that the sit-at-home should come to an end. But what will gentle or the not so gentle the Yahoo, gentle the Yahoo, all these funky names that they come up with, what will you have to say about that? So we're talking about that as well. And then we're talking about markets being shut down in Lagos. We're talking also about the American military personnel going into Aso Rock for closed-door meetings with Tinubu. And we're speculating as to the level of American involvement in our domestic affairs. So that or whatever interests you, Oriola.
All right. I just try to make I think about 2 of them short. So they Nnamdi Kanu, I've never really I don't think I ever put my mouth in any discussion related to that. But I think in the past he has made the same pronunciation, like he come out and said no, sit at home. I think he has done that in the past. It never worked. I think, to be honest with you, this is nonsense. He didn't really make any pronoun. I mean, we saw Anambra governor actually went out and tell people, if you don't come to market, I'm going to shut down your market for a week. If you decide not to come after a week, I'll shut it down for a month. I think he's just trying to find a way, and I don't think he's the one doing this. I think it's just people around him. They just want to find a way to make it seem like he still have a mouth. He's still big deal to people in the Southeast. I think this is trash. We should just disregard it. The guy is not important. I mean, if it's that important, he won't be in prison right now. So to me, I think it's just him trying to he's trying to save face, make people think like, oh, I'm still very important. Let me come outside and say stuff. I don't think it's valuable. I think to me, when I heard it, it's laughable. I don't think I don't think I think they're just doing this just so try to like make the government think, oh, this guy is foreign or something like that. So to me, I think he doesn't have any value. To the Lagos thing, here's what the thing is, whenever there's no plan, whenever you're doing something, there needs to be a plan. It's kind of like a project, for example. There's a mission behind why I'm doing this project, and you make a plan. And in your plan, you expected that this so should go this way. If this doesn't work, or we might make extension. I think in the case of Lagos, there's no plan. So I think what's the people that deal with trash, they have it, but I don't think maybe they just see other countries doing it and they decide to just do it. There's no plan, there's no policy in place, there's no guidance. Because if there's guidance, all this talk today, some people are doing this, they're throwing
there's clearly policy in place now. That's why you're seeing enforcement. You see, with these markets, they have an agreed structure for waste management, but because of that lackadaisical, laissez-faire sort of a Nigerian approach to everything, you know, have you not seen Nigeria? Somebody will open a wrap of gala and then they will just throw the wrapper in the gutters, you know. So that is just, and that casual approach to sanity and all that, you know, that's what they're looking to enforce, you know.
I disagree with you. I think I've actually said this story before. 2019, I was in Nigeria, and I was at the hotel. I mean, the basic thing, I think Kosi just tell you see someone in front of you, you just started making a line. I just stood behind the person. I was waiting that the next person that come behind, that show up, should just stay behind me. Like, I'm not trying to be rowdy. That's what I thought. All of a sudden, this white guy just come and he just went directly to the desk. I got mad and I just yell at him like, why are you, like, don't you see me in line and stuff? The lady at the front desk, they just looking at me like this. They were shocked, like, why are you talking? This white guy, whatever. And I tell him, and I was like, whatever country you're from, you would never do that. You would just form a line. And the guy was like, oh, you know, the next thing that actually even got me mad, even get me more mad, was the fact that he said, oh, no, this is not Europe. This is not France. Like, he's trying to tell me that you can only be rowdy in Nigeria, but if I go to your country, I follow the law. I see what people are doing, I just follow suit. So that's disrespectful. So that's what to answer your question. If in Nigeria that you just claim now that we don't listen, we don't follow law, if you go to any other countries, I bet you 100% of the time, those people, they will change their attitude. They will follow suit whatever they see other people are doing. They will just do it. They won't trash the streets. They won't pee on the
Oriola,
road.
you think it's consequence? You think it's a consequence because there's really no consequence.
It's not consequence. You don't have any policy. You don't enforce your law. You don't have guidance. You believe that when
Of
someone
course,
is
we have
20
policy
years,
now. Why would we not have policy around sanitation and public order? Of course, we have policy. It's enforcement now.
okay,
And it's that less a fair attitude, that casual, I don't care sort of thing.
No,
of course we have policies now.
I'm still disagreeing with this, and I will tell. I will give you another example. I have kids. They go to at their daycare. They teach them that this is the police. This is where you can call this number. This is the firefighters. This is this. You don't trash if you need to trash something. This is bin. This is kids that they can't talk. By the time they start talking, they know it. They want to be firefighter. They will even come home and tell you, I want to be a firefighter. I like police. I want to be police. If you try to scare them, even at 2 or 1, that, oh, if you do something wrong, I'll call the police. They start crying. That's because early on, it's embedded in them. You teach it. It's not like when you are 50 or 40 or 30, you started making stupid law just because you see it from other countries. And trying to people see zebra crossing everywhere. They don't know what it means. They don't go to training before they get their driver license. And you're trying to enforce law. You just push people to do stuff without proper training. There should be proper training.
If the nation try to enforce laws, people will tell you that you are being wicked, that you are anti-poor. That's the fact. We've seen
I don't think you're listening to me. Those same people that you talk about, if they go to other people's country, they follow suit, they follow the law, they abide by every single thing. So it's not them. You have law. You are imposing law on people that don't understand what you mean. You don't train them. You don't teach them. You just put the law there. You're telling people to follow traffic lights. They don't even understand why you're telling them. Before you get your driving license, if you're out of Nigeria, people that live abroad, they know you do your theory, meaning you have to pass the paper exam. Now you go to the streets and do your exam, and if you fail, you fail it like 3-4 times before you get your driving license, meaning you understand how the law goes. It's not like you just put law on people. That's what I see there. Like, even if they close the market today, I bet you in 6 months they will come back again and shut it down because people will follow. You don't train them. You just put them. These people don't know what you mean. They don't know what you mean by them not trashing the streets. They don't know what you mean by them making sure their place is neat. They don't know what you mean. We're doing military style on people rather than the best way of letting people understand. If I tell you go, I should be able to tell you why I tell you should go. If I say run, I should be able to tell you the reason why I'm telling you to run is because of this. And it has to make sense to me. So that's what I see when it comes to Lagos. They're not doing their job right. They're just basically yelling up and down. And they need to stop listening to social media. Population of Nigeria on social media is not on Twitter is like 5 million. On Facebook it's like 40 million. And you have 230 million people. It's not getting up. You're not getting 50% of people. You're only getting little, maybe like 20 to 30% of people that you're listening to. So the thing is, we're making law, we're doing all of these things. To me, it's just like same thing will keep happening. You're not doing it the right way. Sit down, make your plan. When you have a plan, it's like you're doing projects. You have a plan, you have a timeline. If this doesn't work, this is how we need to do it. So if they don't do that, they come back in 6 months, a year, the same thing will happen. That's what I see with that. Now to the last one, the influence. is everywhere. You lobby, like what they do. When you say United States will have influence on us, of course, it's not just United States. Chinese people, they love them. The same way we are trying to lobby them to have um to get assistance to make sure that they don't see us in a bad light. It's the same way they're having influence and lobbying our lawmakers as well. They give us aids. What do you think that's for? That's for lobbying. It's a good deed. They put something and they were expecting that whenever they ask you for something to be done for them, you'll be willing to. That's how lobbying works. Like, I give you, but it's not like I'm physically bribing you. I'm just doing something that will help you. And I'm expecting that you'll be able to help me back whenever I need something. So all countries do it. It's just that you don't want it to be in a bad way, meaning that they will take advantage of us. That's what we don't want. We don't want them to take an advantage of us. But everybody lobby. Influence, I didn't listen to the interview, but I did.
Oriola, sorry, let me ask you this question. Earlier, when you were talking, you said that because Nigerians, they don't teach them anything, they don't even know the rules, they don't know anything. That's why they behave the way they behave. But this same Nigeria, you also said when they go to this another country, they conform with their law and they behave very well. So suddenly, they just immediately they arrive in that country, they understood everything about their law and everything. That's why they behave like that.
Okay, I'll give you an example. If you want me to break it all down. So, for example, if you go to any country, you have to settle, meaning if, let's say, you come to the United States, for example, if you come on a green card, it means you have to register yourself so you can have photo ID, you can have all this so you can settle down, so you can get a job, you can do that. Before you get those things, by the time you get into that immigration office, they're giving you booklets that you review. Those things have stuff, and also you're watching people this way they're doing stuff. Like, you sit down number by number, as let's say you go to DMV, for example. Everybody don't rush to the desk. You sit down, you watch people, they call you one by one. So what are you doing? You're assimilating and getting that, okay, in this place, I sit down, I wait for my turn. Next, before you get your photo ID, also this they give you the booklet that you do for immigration. They give it
Okay,
to you.
because
You read
I
it.
don't have much time, Oriola. Let me now
Right.
ask you.
I'm just saying you know
People,
that.
wait now, wait. There are so many Nigerians in diaspora that understood everything. They know about firefighting. They know about public health, everything. But these same people, when they get to Nigeria, how do they behave?
I just gave you an example of a French guy.
It's not about lack of knowledge. It's just our behavior.
Yeah, but that's the country. That's our way. If you don't do it that way, you'll be they will
Let me
think you're slow.
ask people whether they know the right thing to do, but they just refuse, maybe because of lack of consequence. That's
No.
why they misbehave. It's
I
not because they
disagree with
don't
that.
know.
I
That's
disagree
just
with that.
what I want to tell you. It's not because they don't know. They know.
Well, if you say, well, me, I disagree with that point. I just think that if I go to a place and I see how the people are doing stuff, I'm going to join them. If I become one person that's trying to act like a good guy, people will just push me around. I'll be a pushover. And if you don't want to do that, you join the crowd.
Oriola, you are normal. You are normal. When you're dealing with abnormal people, you have to enforce. You have to play with. You have to bring the stick.
Oh, you sure? Have you been to Nigeria lately? Even me that I'm talking, it gets to a point. After I try to act normal and stuff. After it gets to a point, after 3-4 weeks, I started joining them. I started because I become like I become this guy. Like, what are you doing? what I see? I'm just letting you know. Like, if we can't just push a law on people, like, do this without. And when you say, "Oh, there's consequence," it means that you enforce it. If they're not enforcing it, and people don't understand, that, oh, this is what this means. Okay, I would just ask the question that, oh, everybody knows these things. Okay, if you go to any garage in Nigeria, I bet with you, all of those drivers, they don't understand what zebra.
Give us 3 more minutes, and then we go to a comparable fact.
Yeah, so let me just close on this one. If Americans have influence, like I said, it's just lobby, and I think they will have influence because they've been doing so much when it comes to giving us AIDS. So it's very hard. I mean, we all remember when they said they were cutting AIDS, and Nigeria had to like put more money into some other medical stuff just so there's no lagging. So you can tell that they're doing so much. So when they ask or they want your country to do something, yeah, of course, that's where influence comes. So I believe that they can have influence, but we just have to be conscious that they're not overtaking, taking too much advantage of us. Which to be honest, I think the way Tinubu is doing it is the guy is prepared, and I think he's using his brain. Like he knows how the game works. He's lobbying, and you understand they will lobby him too. Like those that came to Nigeria, of course, their military, they already give us some things when it comes to age. So of course, they will find a way to get into our stuff. But we just have to be prepared that we don't give them too much. We don't open way too much, because I'm definitely sure they're not just coming there. They have their own security, like from FBI, whatever, on CIA. They have them on ground already. They're already sniffing around. So whatever information that they can get out of us that will be advantage to them, yeah, of course they will use it. And we just have to be careful as well. So that's what I see when it comes to that. Influence, I think, yeah, but we just don't want them to take advantage of us. And there's so many ways they can take advantage of us. The same way Chinese is taking advantage of us right now. We all just not saying it, but we can tell that they're taking advantage of us in a big time. Big time they're taking. I mean, we know the Netherlands, for example, they take advantage of us. Big. I mean, when it comes to your milk that we drink, when it comes to our tea, our chocolates, they're taking advantage of us because our farmers are not seeing that money. They're using them in a big time. So there's so many ways that those countries are taking advantage of us. We just have to be careful that we don't become this doesn't turn into the slavery era. So yeah, that's what I have to say.
All right, brilliant. Well put. So thank you, Oriola. Stay with us. We got from Oriola to comparable facts. Who almost at least asleep. Comparable facts. Okay, Nakwana Alhaji Prestige.
Greetings, everybody.
How was the Super Bowl? I'm surprised to see you here. I thought you'd be Super Bowling it with the Super Bowlers.
Well, the Super Bowl has been over. I think it has been over. Like, yeah, of course I have to watch it. It's very important to me. It's just like watching a World Cup. That's how
do you have a team?
The Super Bowl has ended, you know.
Do you have
is it New York Knicks that won, or is it New York Knicks?
No. It was held in California, San Francisco, right? between the Seattle and New England Patriots.
Knicks, New York Knicks is basketball. This one is football.
Yeah,
what's the difference?
Do you have a team? The guy that is talking, do you have a team?
That's a comparable facts.
Yeah, do you have a team? Are you
that's rational mind. Don't confuse Oriola. That's rational mind.
No, that's prestige. That's
prestige that is talking. Do you have a team? Because I have a team.
Man of prestige.
I have a team. And we lost, I think. We lost. I was watching it too, so we have a team. I have a team.
I was listening earlier, one man. So what is this noise everybody's making, you know, regurgitating about the first lady, you know, our first lady being congratulated by being congratulated by our president in America. Why are you making that a big deal? What is the big deal?
Yes, because the Americans are seduced by her elegance and poise.
What is so elegant about Remy?
Well, go and ask Donald Trump now. He's the
She's
one that told
elegant.
us now.
I think the
She's
problem
elegant.
with you, one man, and most of Nigeria, a lot of you are very lame.
Her looks, yes.
Every little thing, you have to go to a different, degree. It doesn't even make any sense. Because
are you there?
I think something wrong with a lot of you Nigerians. I don't see what's so influential about what the first lady is a very nice person, and at the same time, he was telling you that there's a Christian genocide happening in Nigeria. Nobody's talking about that, but you're here busy, regurgitating about what he said, repeating every time. The whole media is at wash, like Nigeria has won a gold or whatever. Something wrong with a lot of you Nigerians, even the ones talking here. You need to take a look in mirror at yourself. Nothing, I just came back from Nigeria, but that was in January. There's nothing good coming out of that country. So I mean,
and yet you are there 4 times a year. Every 4 months, every 3 months you are there. And yet,
well, I'm not like you. Who hasn't been to Nigeria in a decade or in a century. What are you talking about?
Yeah, you said there's nothing good there, and you are never out of there. As soon as I'm sure you are planning your next trip as we are speaking now.
Well, that's where I'm from. I have a
Nigeria is not good. Nigeria is not good. Yeah, there 6 times every year. Yeah?
I don't know there 6 times every year. I don't know who told you that. Stop exaggerating, one man. Stop running this year.
You know how long you and I have been friends? We've been friends for nearly 3 years now.
Platform you run here.
MOP, can I ask you a question? And this is me just I'm making an inquiry. I'm not suggesting that you're lying or not. So between the last time you went, maybe last year or the year before, and your recent trip, did you see any improvements in the quality of
No, there's no improvement.
Wait, can I land? MOP, I've not landed. Let me land, please, MOP. Has there been any? Now, this, please, be very sincere. I'm not trying to catch you off. I'm not trying to say there's improvement. I'm just making an inquiry, okay? Has there really been any improvements in the quality of service at the airport, at the international airports?
You yourself told us that the Lagos airport was it's a little bit better, but to me, in my own opinion, maybe I have a very high standard. It's very pedestrian to me. I mean, everything happening in Nigeria is very pedestrian. Even in Abuja, all this noise Wike is making. I mean, Abuja is at risk in the last 4 or 5 years. There's no road. Wike just refurbished some of the road. I don't see any improvement in Nigeria. Nothing is working good in Nigeria. So I don't know where you're been. Do you even go to Nigeria? People like one man. When was the last time you been to Nigeria?
Not that long ago.
he went in 2023 when they called them to give them money.
If only. My bank manager has not reported that yet, so I have to speak to him.
We saw one man. We saw you in Abuja now. One man traveled to Abuja. I was like,
I even went to the Atlantic.
You know, I've only been to Abuja once, and that would be about 8 years ago, maybe longer. And I was struck by the beauty of it. And Abuja is the first purpose-built Black African capital built by Black people. Every other capital every other Black capital is a colonial relic now. It's a handover from colonial times. Nigeria and Nigeria also. Abuja also.
It was Julius Berger.
Yeah, but Abuja also is the only, because there are other countries as well. They are trying to move their capital from one place to the other. It's never succeeded. Abuja stands singularly and alone, probably as the only successful capital city move that is vibrant, is growing, and it's the most planned African city as well, especially in Black Africa. If we remove Egypt, etc. So we need to be patting ourselves on the back sometimes, not just get lost in the
what they mean by built, when they mean by built by Nigeria, sorry to come in. What they mean by that,
not the
Joel of
contractors
Nashville.
now, conceptualized and
Joel, when they said built by Nigeria, what they actually are telling you in the statistics is that Abuja is designed by Nigerians.
Who designed Abuja, by the way?
Go and find out.
Yeah, there's actually
No.
one of the architects, the chief architect that for Aso Rock is actually Nigerian. Something okay. But even when you look at Madam AI, when you look at Julius Berger has most of the chief engineers in Julius Berger have been Nigerians from like the mid 80s. Like a lot of the chief engineers, the senior engineers are Nigerians.
Running down Nigeria is not running down Tinubu, it's running down all of us. This is what a lot of people don't understand. You think you are running down Nigeria to spite Tinubu.
He said we built Abuja.
You are not spiting Tinubu by running down Nigeria. You are running down all of us.
One man, we're not running like Nigeria. We're just putting it in perspective, right? If we say we built Abuja, right? Okay, well, I can also say that for the same thing, maybe in Dubai and all that. They brought in people, they designed it, and my thing is just this one man. Regardless of the infrastructure, the people are the ones to take advantage of it. And if the people are not well enough to take care of it, that is where the problem is. It is not that we don't see infrastructures here and there, but the economy has not really impacted on the lives of the people. That's what we're talking about. It's not about the infrastructure.
All right, Prestige, give us 5-6 minutes and then we're going to draw Prestige. Or to Zita rather, Prestige. Has it dropped?
Okay, Madam AI, I think you are from Uguta, right? Do you ever go home? Do you know what's going on in Uguta about the business going on over there? Or you just where you are, you don't know what's happening in Nigeria, you just come here and say whatever you want to say. Do you know what's going on? Do you know what kind of business is going on in Imo? You know what the project about the gas and everything, we are doing in Uguta to worry. You know what's going on in Nigeria?
Really? You are asking me? Tell me.
Yes, I'm asking you because
no, tell me now. Since I don't know, tell me. No, tell me.
No, you tell
me. No, you tell me.
You don't know how Imo is developing. What Hope Uzodinma is doing with the gas deposit.
I said, tell me now. Tell me.
And you claim you from that area. You don't even
because
know what's
you know why you are saying this. Why you are asking me if I know what is going on in Imo State is because when I came here and tell you people that I worked for 21 years in Shah, Nigeria, I'm very sure you didn't believe me. Even if you did believe me, I'm very sure you felt I trashed my contact and my network in that company. I must have trashed it before I left Nigeria. That's why you're asking me that question, right? Really? One man, please, when you get to my turn, I will speak.
No, the reason why I'm asking you are from Ohajegbe, my area, because during my time in Imo, I was able to dive into certain business in that area about the gas and everything, and what Hope Uzodinma is doing. But my problem I have with you here just criticize everything about the Igbos. You don't know what's going on. I hope Uzodinma has been able to redeem himself. He's doing a good job right now, apart from the lack of insecurity. But you don't know what's actually going on in your hometown. You are from Uguta, and there's a lot of business development. So you need to go home. Maybe you can benefit
Tell
from
me now. But you that know, you are not from Uguta, but you know
I'm
the
from
business.
Owerri, but I have connection.
Hold on. Calm down. You asked me a question. You are not from Uguta. I am the one from Uguta. But wherever you are from, you claim to know more what is going on in Uguta than I do. So tell me. Tell me. Come on now.
I know more about the annual gas processing plant that is being developed, and it's the facility is located in Asa or Hadi, my local government area. So I know what's going on.
Is that why you're
And
in
I'm
and out
invested in
of
that.
Nigeria
So
frequently?
I'm
You are
let you
chasing
know.
contracts.
Just don't stay wherever you are that is very cold. You don't know what's going on. All you do is just come here. I'm talking a lot of gibberish. You don't know what's going on in Igbo land.
Man of Prestige, I've been promoting the Oguta Wonderland, right? Because of the topography of the place and how beautiful the lake is, right? And at the time, I think some governors tried to implement something like that, and it has still not come to pass. So, I mean, it's one of those things that I would like to see in Oguta because it's a beautiful area. It's a beautiful place. It's a beautiful place. And very rich, very, very rich. But sometimes when I listen to Madam Zita, I feel some way, but I mean, to each their own. Enjoy.
But the problem, I'm trying to let her to know because she's, she talk a lot and she don't know much about what's going on in Igbo, because there's a real movement.
I talk a lot, and I don't know what is going on in Imo.
You claim to be very knowledgeable.
And I said, tell me now, tell the whole global platform what is going on in Imo. You are not talking.
Madam Zita, it would have been nice if you were the one promoting it. You understand me? Sometimes, I mean, in place of some of the things you say about the Southeast. I mean, if you were here and you were promoting what is going on within your vicinity, I mean, I think that would have been a plus rather than the way you always come at your own tribe. It's like it comes off like it's like a self-hate.
I am not here. I never promote anything.
No,
I discuss things. I don't promote things. I give my submission, my opinion, sometimes the fact. I don't promote things. If you want me to promote, hold on.
The Orachi River dredging is going on.
Hold on, Prestige. Hold on, Prestige.
Access the Atlantic.
If you want me to,
can you hear us? Prestige, you have to understand, and I think you've known her long enough. Zita is she's deep and satiated, marinated in oil and gas. So for you to imagine that she doesn't know what's going on in the gas field,
no, she doesn't know.
How would you know what she knows? But how would you know what
all she do is run her mouth here? She know nothing.
No, don't use phrases like that now, please. I don't approve of that. She's not running her mouth now. She's sharing her thoughts.
No, she doesn't know. I can tell you what's coming because I'm invested.
But how do you know what she doesn't know? How do you know what she doesn't know? No, I'm not telling you what you know. I'm asking how you know what she doesn't know.
She don't know what I know. I know a lot of actors in what's happening there right now.
And I tell you, tell us. You are not telling us.
I don't know what this guy is talking about.
You don't know.
One man. I think what Emmanuel Prestige is trying to say is this, right? Instead of running down her the Southeast, she can sell it to us. Hold on. She can as well tell us what is going on within her vicinity. Who knows? You could be an investor.
I won't do
right?
Don't tell me.
It's all right. Okay. I think
I'm not gonna do that. You tell me.
This show is not about Miss Madam Zita's hometown. Like anybody who wants to give a submission will go strictly to the topic and leave Madam Zita alone.
Yes,
it's not becoming 2 against 1. Don't do that.
Yes, and it's happening too often as well.
My
So
sister
let me just
My sister has spoken.
Let me
but
just say
man
this,
of Prestige, you can't tell the guide Madam Zita now. You can't.
No, now I mean Zita is too robust their personality anyway. But there's this undercurrent because Zita speaks, without recourse, or she speaks factually to how she thinks of stuff, and that seems to rankle people who want to speak to a bias that she doesn't have. You are not more anything than Zita now. She's probably, if we look at the cultural antecedents, Zita might well be senior to you culturally within the same culture that you share. Just because she doesn't speak in your tonality is not reasons to be coming to try and get at her all the time now. I think we're too mature for that. We were speaking about Dogara telling us about the Americans' influence over Nigeria, and we're not in charge of our destiny anymore. We're talking about Nnamdi Kanu giving yet another mandate to stop sit at home and all those kind of stuff. So give us about 5 minutes, Prestige, but please leave Zita alone, Prestige.
No. The reason why I came here, just to educate some people like AI, because when she come here, to promote false and unfounded claim that that is unfounded. That's a problem. People need to get it straight that she doesn't know what's going on in Imo. I mean, whatever she live, in that code area, she don't know what's going on in there.
I really wonder how you sit down in your corner and know what I don't know and what I know. This is actually ridiculous. I couldn't believe a human being should be saying that.
In fact, it's quite a juvenile statement to me.
I don't understand this kind of statement, honestly, sincerely speaking.
Sort of commentary.
And I'm telling you, tell me that thing you think you know about my town that you believe I don't know. You are not saying it.
What you've not interrogated her on anything to establish what she knows, and you just make the
okay. Do you know what the annual plan means?
It's an insolent statement.
What it practically mean for the Imo economy and the. Do you know that?
Do you know what? What is it talking about?
And one man, let's move on. Man of Prestige, speak to what is going on.
Yes, it's a very tactful.
Speak to what is going on. I mean,
you just
it's too much.
And tell somebody that they don't know something you've not conversated about, you've not interrogated their depth, and you just quite a juvenile thing to say.
Why would I interrogate her? Because she come here,
But how would you know what she doesn't know when you've not? You have an education now, Prestige? How would you know what she doesn't know when you've never discussed it with her before?
Because she's anti-Igbo. She's anti-Igbos.
Oh, right. So that's where you're coming from. Oh,
yes.
You all knew that was where you're coming from.
Man of Prestige, tell us now. Man of Prestige, what do you think now? What do you think about Dogara? Tell us about Dogara, beg. What do you think?
No, he's just coming to attack Zita. I think that's the only thing he's coming to do.
I didn't come here for the national in Nigeria. There's no need. I mean, one man practically run his Nigerian.
Hey, God of mercy, this guy said.
So what am I going to say here? Everybody's going to believe. Everybody here is this is
man of Prestige.
I've been on this platform for almost 3 years. You should know me by now.
You say your own piece, man of Prestige. It doesn't matter if you believe it. If you have conviction, say it. Say it boldly. That's why we like Zita over here. She says what she says.
I don't have anything to say today. I don't have anything to say right now.
I think one man. I think he lost his train of thought because he was speaking on Remy Tinubu.
Yes, I don't quite know. Prestige used to be better than this. I don't know what happened to him.
I have so many to say, but I don't know if you'll be able to take what I'm going to say.
One man, please. Let's move on to Zita. Break it up. Move on to Zita, then we'll come back to man of Prestige.
Yes, thank you. I was exactly. You should be one of our hosts. I was exactly going to do that. So Zita, floor is yours. Tell us what you know about Igbo, or more to it, tell us what Dogara is talking about, because you straddle both spaces. You are very, very steeped and marinated in American politics, as you are equally the Nigerian space. And what Dogara is speaking to is the confluence of those two spaces, and is telling us that our sovereignty is fast escaping us. And it's telling us that off the back of interactions, because that breakfast meeting where Trump highlighted Remy Tinubu, he was there as well. All those lobby groups that are lobbying the American administration to consider Nigeria a Christian genocide space, they were there. So he had a whole mix of all of the things. And what he was coming out to say is that our sovereignty might well not be in our decision to make. So that is what he's saying. What are your thoughts in that sort of general broad space? And as you hear from Zita, can people please push up numbers? Numbers are not going up. If you have no reason not to subscribe, then you have every reason to subscribe. So please subscribe and like as well. Zita, give us 5-7 minutes.
Okay, woman, there are two things that I believe is in contention here that I want to a little bit clarify. You see, when you say somebody is elegant, it's actually subjective. But in public discourse, you talk about the media, and then you talk about the public, the media, how somebody is being portrayed. That's the where you can take out the elegancy outside of it being subjective. If you look at Reni Tinubu as a woman, I'm not talking about character, I'm talking about look. She has that calm, dignified appearance. Take it or leave it. Media coverage, public coverage says that. So I'm not talking about whether she's Baz or Baz lady. She carries that kind of Nigerian cultural, classic appearance anytime you see her. So I am not surprised. You see, we should stop hitting on ourselves when
Very much in
somebody
the
gives
manner of
us
Bianca Ojukwu. I'll bracket Bianca Ojukwu, although she's a bit more punchy, but Bianca Ojukwu also carries that effortless elegance.
Yes. And
that's a stretch. That's a stretch, please. That's a stretch.
When you see Bianca dressed in our African attire, you will see her carrying that African Nigerian presence, which most times is very elegant. And for your information, woman, all over the world, all these long prom evening gowns, most people order it from Nigeria today. I even heard that Nigerian designs are causing trouble in African countries, in their weddings, in their occasions. Some Africans are kicking against it.
I beg your pardon, Zita, but do you know that all African weddings now is Owambe and Ashwebi? Do you know
yes, that's what I'm saying.
Africa is now Ashwebi?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. They dress, they seem to pick from that look of a Nigerian bride or a Nigerian groom. Yeah, but it is what it is. If somebody said it's okay, it's even ridiculous for somebody to say anything in Nigeria is okay, but it is what it is. I just want to correct that. But let me go back to what you said earlier. You talked about ethnic diversity. It depends on what you mean by that. They have what they call ethnic, racial, and this. Nigeria is not number one. Yes, Nigeria is among the top 10. Uganda, as a country, is the most ethnically diverse nation in Africa. Uganda, seconded by Liberia. So it's not Nigeria. I will come to that when I want.
The data don't support that, so that's the data on the screen.
I don't know the kind of ChatGPT you are using.
Look at it now. This is the question
You have to go back and make your research again.
This is the question I hold on. This is the question I interrogated. Which country has the most ethnically diverse mix? Top 10. So that was the simple question, and this was what they came up with. Papua New Guinea, Nigeria second, India, Indonesia, Cameroon, Congo, Tanzania, United States, South Africa, Brazil.
Maybe you have to do that search again. Even when we did history, Nigeria is one top 10, but Uganda, Liberia, and Togo, I think they match when it comes to ethnically, unless you are talking about cultural diversity and language. When you talk about cultural, when you talk about cultural diversity, includes language. Yeah, Nigeria can top the chart. But when you mean ethnicity, because in Uganda, the largest ethnic group in Uganda is 15%, to tell you how much diverse they are. I have a lot of Ugandan friends, and I've been to Kampala.
Madam Zita, I think we are just talking semantics now. I think it's just semantics. I think what my is trying to get at is is the fact that there's formally identifiable ethnic groups, and we group ourselves and operate in such a manner at a national level. Whereas the others are much more, they operate a lot more, as one. Whereas we identify quite openly as different. And the way we run our society, we make that difference. That difference affects every socio-political.
Well, if you said that, you might be right. Now, let me go back to Dogara. You see, one man, I want to sound a little bit, I don't want to be civil in discussing what Dogara said. I will try to be a little bit taken aback. Sometimes I ask, how did we get these people in the helm of affairs to speak on our behalf? I'm very sure Dogara doesn't know what is foreign interference. Maybe he's limiting it to foreign interference means foreign countries telling us what to do. But either way he looks at it, it's actually mundane for him to say such a thing. Because Nigeria has not even, okay, let me say this. When we were not foreignly interfered, what have we done? What did we gain? Because United States is the most foreign interfered country on earth. It's the highest lobbied nation on planet Earth. Everybody wants to get something out of them. And they pay huge sums of money interfering, either by hook or by crook. So I don't really understand what he means by foreign interference. Maybe he would have been more clearer in what he meant by that. Because there is no country on earth that will not in one way or the other have foreign interference. Either in economies, in your government, in your education, somehow, the foreign countries has to interfere. That's actually what we call trade. You are seeing it in the negative line. It's left for you as a country to reduce the negative interference and build more on the positive interference. So for somebody like Dogara to open his mouth to say that, somebody like me in my little corner, as stupid as I am, will be saying, how did we get here? How did we allow people like this to be in power to speak? So much so that when they speak, it will be in papers. And we come here to discuss. These are people representing Nigeria. Really? Wow. It's actually funny and ridiculous. Maybe somebody should ask him, what do you mean by Nigeria is leading into massive foreign interference? Nigeria they don't build any machinery, weaponry. We don't have a weapon company. Like the one they said they have in Oka or somewhere, I don't know how far. Oka made Mbodikedem and all those things. I don't know how far that is. We depend on foreign countries for our weapons. We depend on foreign countries for most of the things we have. It's a growing nation that is crawling, it's not running, it's not fast enough. And one of the leaders, all he could come up with is foreign interference. Maybe he should help us and explain what he means by foreign interference before I could go into that. Please, one man, can you tell me the next topic, I beg?
We were also with our friend Malam Nandekano, who has issued yet another directive for the sit-at-homes to come to an end. So, and it's quite clear this time around. And we were then, because our chairman came on and she was telling us about her experience. She went home over Christmas, as you know, that she wanted to leave the East on Monday. But she did not want to have to contend with any of those narratives. So she had to change her travel plans and then leave on Sunday instead, a day earlier, So we were just talking about the consequences of this sit at home. You know, in our own little micro experience there. So if you expand that to the lived experience of people in that region, then you will want to say that it has impacted on their life significantly. So how long have we had the sit at home? We've had it, what, 2, 3, maybe 4 years. If you take that, so they've been on a 4-day week for 4 years solid. So what has that sit at home achieved? It has not brought the Biafran secession as a conversation with the government. The government are not negotiating anything Biafra. It has not moved the needle in any way in terms of the direction. It has not removed Nnamdi Kanu from the clutches of the authorities. In fact, they've doubled down and given him a life sentence. So are we to consider then those 3-4 years, just wasted years, and the burden of the pain inflicted on the exact same people that you say you are seeking to liberate?
Woman, you see, there is a kind of emotion I have when I want to discuss Nnamdi Kanu. Some people want me to come here and promote him and promote the carnage he has caused in the Southeast. I'm not going to do that, and I will never do that. And if I do that, what I believe in will never forgive me. Because that guy made me lose 17 people. And one of them was heartbreaking. I thank God that Shioma changed her decision. Because a niece of mine, I told you one man, they were going to, it was almost 6:15. They were rushing to Port Harcourt.
So sorry, Zita.
Yeah,
Can people
were rushing
please
to Port Harcourt to board the flight back to Canada.
Sorry, invite them to push up our numbers. We need the subscribers going up and the likes as well. Carry on, Zita.
They sit at home, papa them. She and her husband. So I actually, if I have one word from Nnamdi Kanu and what he did, I will say not only that they should chop off his upstairs. If there is another life, they should still chop off his upstairs and chop it again and again and again. Even if he reincarnates, he should be for those who believe in reincarnation, he should be in a position that his head should be chopped off again. When a madman gives an instruction and is being carried out, you begin to wonder what is going on. Because I don't really understand this idea of somebody got you angry and you are beating yourself. That's actually what happened in Igbo land for so many years. They got angry. There's nothing wrong in you getting angry. You got angry, claim all you want to claim, give all the reasons you want to give why you are angry. That's okay. But now beating yourself and buying yourself because you're angry is the height of madness. You are not beating the person that got you angry. You are not doing anything to the person that got you angry. But you decide to be kidding yourself for getting you angry yourself, but for getting angry. That's exactly what happened in Igbo land. So I don't even know why we are discussing Nnamdi Kanu. I have said this several times, and I will still say it. Nnamdi Kanu is a leader of IPOB. Leader, that's the word. And the last time I checked, people who are leaders of secession, people who are leaders of group, whether they attack terrorists or militia, their leaders are being piled aside. The instruction by the military more especially in Africa, is when you see them by them, there is no discussion. I begin to wrap my head why Nnamdi Kanu is being given this so much opportunity. Not only that they caught him, they didn't buy him aside. They took him to court. They used Nigerian taxpayers' money to feed him for several years. Gave him comfort, gave him opportunity to slap lawyers, to shut down judges, and do whatever he want to do. And at the end of the day, what did they hand him over? Life imprisonment. Are you kidding me? One man, are you seriously kidding me? That nitwit, all they could give to him was life imprisonment. Come on now. This is actually the area in Nigeria I am not comfortable with. Because when you do things like this, one man, you give room for more to come. I have said this severally, and I will continue saying it. If the Southeasterners have problem with the way they are treated or the way they want to go or how they want to go, they have representative in the upper chamber in Nigeria. Those people should go there and make it their port of call. They should be talking about it on every sitting. They should make sure they speak heavily on it and get at least something. Even if they don't get anything, let them get an apology. If you go to Rwanda, they're making cases. There is an apology. You give me peace, I give you peace. You heal me, I heal you. At least if the Igbos in the chamber cannot get anything, they should get that one for Igbos. Even if they don't get the secession. But hello, they don't discuss it, they don't even mention it, they don't want to talk about it. And right in their region, they're busy.
Sorry, Zita, just in that broader space, Nnamdi Kanu, yes, but in the broader Biafran and then expanded to the Southeastern space, do you think that part of the narrative is that we have still not... Do you remember when South Africa came out of apartheid, they had a truth and reconciliation something where they aired out all of their grievances, they had their crying, and then they hugged and all that.
Yes.
Do you think we've still not had closure from
no, there is no closure now.
From that Biafra space?
Yes.
And do you think that there's still an underbelly of that, which then gives sympathy to narratives from people like Nnamdi Kanu?
Yes. Because you see, one man, the first time they tried to shut it down by putting nobody should discuss it. You remember before, I think it was Shehu Shagari. Is it Shehu Shagari or whoever that removed that thing so that he will win vote from some whatever, told Ojukwu to come back and remove that, do not say, I think there was something they said you should not discuss the Nigerian Biafran war anyhow. Somebody in the presidency sometime removed it. That gives them the opportunity to talk about Mosop and all those things. Actually, that action was not actually proper. Putting it that way and removing it that way is not proper. There should be a closure. And if I have to be frank with myself and with my people, nobody is going to push that closure except us. That's why I mentioned people in the upper house. They should go there and push for that closure. And when whichever closure they get, they should put an end to it. And it's either it becomes the goal or it becomes a crime for you to use it for anything. Period. Rwanda has done it. South Africa has done it. There is nothing wrong in Nigeria doing it. Are you getting the point? You have to put a closure to it so that it doesn't turn to become a racketeering
Yes, I think
business.
that Biafran narrative is still very much a gaping, unhealed wound in the Nigerian... I said the Biafran narrative is still a gaping and unhealed wound. in
for the
with,
Igbos,
yeah.
yes, but not
No,
for
not even
Nigeria.
for the Igbos, for Nigeria.
No.
For
You see,
Nigeria, because for as long as the Igbos feel aggrieved, then the country cannot move as in unison as one entity. And if such a significant part of the country feels detached somewhat or feels hard done by, then we cannot really we can't punch with one fist, because that fist will not clench for reasons of the aggrievement of the Southeast.
no
So it's
one,
really a Nigerian problem rather than a Southeastern problem.
no one man, no. I don't know where you got that one from, but no country moves as one, as an entity anyway. There must be somebody, some group somewhere in any country that is pecking head. Yeah,
Yeah, but
according to
not
people.
the mass. You know that the top three largest ethnic groupings is the Hausas, the Yorubas, and the Igbos. That's Nigeria right there now. That's the body of the country. So if one feels detached, it's a big problem. The Biafran something. I know we joke about it, but it's a big problem.
It is not a big problem to Nigeria. Do you know why I said that? The Igbos have not been able to make it a big problem to Nigeria. They've not been able. I've said this. Let me try to push it a little bit further. First of all, if you make yourself, I won't use the word indispensable, but I will use the word highly recognized. You become an entity that can be listened to. I hope I'm making a point here. I don't want to use the word indispensable. Let me tell you this. If you see the carnage that happened in Igbo land, at a point, it was as if Igbo people were left to deal with their poo. But look at what is happening in the north. Carnage is going on. And every day you see our military, our government running helter-skelter, running around. Why is that so? Because the North has made themselves somewhat of importance to the Nigerian government. So anything that comes out from there becomes a problem to Nigeria, but not with the Igbos. Hate me, like me, I'll say this. Honestly, sincerely speaking, they can come here and attack me as they like. But one thing is important. They should go home and think about what I'm saying. You have to make yourself a little bit important. Either with your vote or with your voice. If Igbo become a swing region for Nigerian election, trust me, Biafra will become an issue for the whole of Nigeria. But at this seat now, one man, no matter how you try to do it, it's an Igbo thing. It's an Igbo thing. Trust me, most Nigerians didn't even know that that kind of carnage is going on in Igbo land. It's an Igbo thing because they are beating themselves. They have not been able to bring it to the federation. It's always within. Why they do that, I don't know. Are they scared of coming out to talk about it? What are they scared of? What are their senators and their because even one man, even when they did the Oputa panel, it wasn't part of Oputa panel. Surprisingly, at least they would have started from there. It wasn't part of it. So why is it so? What are they scared of? Why are they not pushing it? Is there anything they're not telling the Igbos? But one man, let me say this before I hand over to the next person. Calling that thing Nigerian Biafran war is actually ridiculous. Because you cannot be saying a country that never existed fought a war. That's the most stupid thing I have ever heard. Biafra was not existing, never existed. And you don't become a country by somebody saying, Biafra, and then go to war, and you become Nigerian Biafran war. You see, one man, the media has done so much damage on planet Earth. They are doing a very good job. To me, that thing is Ojukwu war. I will rather call it an ethnic war between the Igbos.
Biafra existed for a period of time. History is there.
As a country.
And there was a time
as a country.
Yeah, many countries recognize it.
Excuse me. Did the countries recognize it before the
by the
war?
United Nations? The United Nations recognize
Hold on. I want to ask the person a question.
There
I
are
don't know who
countries
is
across
speaking.
the world today not even recognized by United Nations, but they are country of their own.
Hold on.
You know, he existed, but they lost along the line. We can't just say
let me ask you a question. Please answer me. The recognition, was it before the war or after the war?
Before the war. Before the war, it was recognized.
Okay. So what you are saying is that before Nigerian Biafran war, somebody somewhere went about and was getting recognition for a country called Biafra in Nigeria.
Every country started existing from somewhere. So
answer my question, please. You said before the Nigerian Biafran war.
Can I clarify this to you? When Ojukwu declared Biafra Republic, countries many
before then, please. Before then, I said before the war, before the declaration, was there a country called Biafra? That's my question.
Before the war, there was.
I shouldn't be talking to you. One man, please, let me continue.
Okay,
so before the war, there was a country called Biafra in Nigeria that has been recognized.
I don't think you understood the question. I don't think you understood the question.
One man, I understand that question very well. Let me explain a little bit. You see, the thing is this. Both Biafra, Nigeria, they were all created by the British. You understand me? So when Ojukwu declared Biafra Republic, we stand. Countries across the globe.
Hold on. When did the British create Biafra?
I did say no.
And what is our national anthem?
Wait, it's just like I'm saying the component of Nigeria. Just take it from that angle. Maybe you understand me like that. Both whether Igbo, whether everybody, the British put us together. But along the line, somebody wanted to divorce. It's not even, you know, the funniest thing about Biafra is that many people, many countries across the globe recognize Biafra existence before the war. So we can't take that away that the country did not exist. They have national items, they printed currency, whether it's fake or paper. Other nations were already willing to send diplomats. So what else do you call a country?
That was before the declaration, right?
Not before declaration. You don't even know that Biafra lasted for so many months before the war.
I said before the declaration, they have currency.
Today and there was war the following day.
They were
it's not
recognized.
It was recognized. It was recognized by so many countries across the globe.
Yeah, before Ojukwu thought of Biafra, calling a non-existing entity Biafra, it was recognized. They have currency.
No, that's not what I'm saying. When Ojukwu declared Biafra Republic, many countries recognize it as a country.
That means you didn't understand my question.
Okay.
You cannot
Zita, you can continue. I want to do something.
Listen, what I said is, you cannot say that a country that was not existing fought a war. That's what I said. Being a country is just one man coming out to say Nigeria and Biafra. My country is Biafra, and he goes into war. And at the end of the day, it becomes Nigerian Biafra war. No, that's an ethnic war in Nigeria. It's just an ethnic. It's not a country. It's not a country versus a country.
Wait, Zita. Biafra lasted so many months before war. It's not like somebody said
there are 5 countries,
and the following. Yeah, continue.
Go on, make your point, and make your point, and I'll come after you.
Ojukwu didn't say Biafra today and tomorrow there was war. Biafra lasted many months before the war.
We have to be honest.
So right. There were Zita, just for the purposes of documenting the facts. There are 5 countries that recognized Biafra during that Ojukwu phase. None of them are outside of the African shores. They were Gabon, Ivory Coast, Tanzania, Zambia, and, well, there's one outside of the African shores, Haiti. So those were the ones that formally recognized Biafra. 5 countries: Gabon, Ivory Coast, Tanzania, Zambia, and Haiti.
Excuse me.
I thought the
What
French
I
was
am
fighting
saying,
too.
please,
Not
can you
formally.
understand what I
They
am
didn't formally
saying?
recognize it as a country.
There is no country called Biafra before the war. Period. It's just like saying Nigeria and Ghana are fighting a war. That makes sense. There is a country called Ghana. There is a country called Nigeria. And they were existing.
One man, can I go,
military,
please?
they have their government,
We've been
they
talking
have
about this thing for too
everything.
long.
And they were existing.
All right.
That is what is called a country. That's what is called an existing country. And
All
I
right, 2
stand
more
here
minutes,
to tell
Zita,
you
so that we can hear
people,
from Joel.
Biafra was not existing before the war. Period. What part of it is nobody not understanding? Where is the, according to somebody, I think I had a female voice asking their capital, their currency, and whatever. You don't just wake up and say, this is a country, and it becomes a country. It doesn't work that way. Period. There is no country called Biafra before the Biafran, the so-called Nigerian Biafran war. What happened in Nigeria was an ethnic war.
There was no country called Nigeria out in Mary Slessor came out and said, yeah,
But it
Nigeria.
was existing now. It started existing.
How?
Yeah, it started existing. They have their military, they have their government, they have everything. They do elections.
If
So
that
it
space
was
were
recognized
properly,
as a country. It was an existing country. So whether it is a bomb that called it Nigeria before it started existing, or it is a knockhead that called it Nigeria before it started existing, the important thing was that it was existing. It doesn't really matter how it came about. But what I'm telling you is that Biafra was not existing. What part of it are you not understanding?
And also, even during the war, Biafra never existed because it was never formalized as a country. Just the proclamation of one man to declare that a country, it doesn't suddenly make it a country.
So
there was never a point in time that Biafra exists. And
so why should it be Nigerian Biafran war?
It was more a Nigerian secession war. That's probably the better terminology.
I don't even call it a secession war because it's a stupid war that shouldn't have happened. It was an ethnic war, period. Actually, it was what I will call
give us 2 more minutes
office brow. Some idiots were having an official misunderstanding. And they couldn't face their fellow officers. They decided to bring it home. That's the only way I see it. Period. It's an office problem. They were having their, you are higher than me, I'm not higher than you in the office. I should be the first, you should be the last. I have more people, you don't have more people. I have more support. That was in the office. That has absolutely nothing to do with Nigerians. And somebody could not face his fellow men and women and fight them. He decided to run home to ask for help from his people. That's the way I see the war. Hate me, like me, I don't care. That is the war, period. And as for Nnamdi Kanu, one man, I will advise that, I don't know, his upstate is supposed to be cut. I don't know the reason why Nigerian government gave him a life imprisonment and he's still speaking. He's still talking. I don't know. And I'm not really happy with Nigerian government for giving that man life imprisonment. His mates, we are not giving that kind of opportunity.
A lot of people are not happy with that sentencing. But Zita, let me pause you for a moment so that Zita can, Joel can come in as well. But it looks as though you have a fan in the comment section, Zita. I'm not going to attempt this name. Joel, you can read that name, but a new fan for Zita.
One man,
Joel,
you can't do that now. Are you supposed to come to me? You asked
We've
us
been
to
to
put
you
down,
already
so you
now.
come to me. And
We've been to you already
So
now.
why are you going to Joel?
But we've
I
been
still
to
have
you
some minutes
already.
left.
Let's go to Joel and then we look back to you. It's been here for so long, it's not spoken. Joel, can you pronounce this name as you take the floor?
Hold on, woman. Sorry, before it goes, man. The moment Ojukwu declared Biafra is when the war started. So why is that guy saying Biafra existed for many months? I don't even understand. Why you guys
No,
letting that guy?
he
Come on,
didn't
man.
understand what Zeta was saying. I don't
He
think.
knows, man. He's just trying to manipulate. He's trying to indirectly brainwash his low IQ people.
But I'm not the kind of person you manipulate now.
All right, Joel, can you attempt this name? It's too hardcore for me.
Joel and one man, I think both of you are wrong. It's supposed to be my turn. That was the agreement.
Aguncha Nnamdi Award. I mean, anyway, one man. It's not my.
Yes, that's
If somebody, if anyone,
Zeta's fan, Zeta's new fan.
Joel, you must pronounce that name. Oh.
I'll pronounce
Joel,
it.
you must pronounce that name.
He's questioning your Igbo identity, and he cannot even pronounce an Igbo name. Look at
I don't want to
Joel,
because I mean,
Joel, I'm not taking this. Joel, you must pronounce that name before you move.
I don't know. It's well.
Let me pronounce it.
Aguncha Nnamdi. I mean, that's what it is.
No,
I think she has combined first.
Let me pronounce it.
Yes.
Agwo Ncha Nnamdi. Agwo is a snake.
It's not agwo. It's not. There's no O in it. There's no agwo.
AGW.
So I was right. Aguncha Nnamdi Lutana. It's not agwo. There's no O in it.
An American understands Igbo more than you, Joel. Look at that. An American.
No, I was the one that pronounced it right. She pronounced it wrong. I think she's saying O. There's no O in it. If it's O, then that's snake. But it's agwo.
Well, you're drunk. You've been found out, Joel. You've been found out. You've been discovered.
Should we strip Joel of his Igbo card?
Because Joel is not agwo. Because
it's agwo. It's AGW. Agwo. Any Igbo person listening is agwo. Agwo is AGWO.
Okay.
Or O in some places too, right? Agwo.
Okay. Thank you.
AGWO is agwo. Yeah.
All right, Joel. Floor is yours.
All right. Morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you may be listening from, Joel of Nigeria on the One Man Show. Please like, share, and subscribe. Please like. One man. Before I go forward, I do not think that Nnamdi Kanu should be killed. People make mistakes. But when we look at how the Nigerian states have not been able to answer the Biafra question 60 years, how old now? I think 40 years after, 50 years. It's still sad. We've not had a closure to that war. And that's the reason why, if an Nnamdi Kanu is incarcerated, you will have a Simon Ekpa. Tomorrow there will be another person. As long as we've not answered the Biafra question, we will still continue. We shall continue to have issues like this happening within our society.
Joel, can you expandate what that question is, and what the answer may look like? You said Nigeria has not asked or answered the question.
There needs to be a closure, right? There needs to be a truth, and like the one we had with like what we have with Oputa panel, right? You find out that after the Oputa panel, some people might say it did not achieve everything.
Sorry, Joel. Choma, can you check your WhatsApp? Sorry, carry on, Joel.
You might say that it did not, tick all the buttons, right? but you can see that it really helped even ushering in OBJ at the end of the day, right? Because
OBJ
everybody
was
saw.
president when OBJ formed.
Sorry. You were the one that put the panel, but you found out that it helped quell with everything that happened after after Abiola's death. You know, the coup and everything. People started seeing everybody like participant in the war, participant in the coup, right? Participant in the government of Abacha.
No, sorry. It's because the Yoruba moved on. That's the reason.
Hold on, please. Please, I don't want us to start. The Yoruba did not move any. They don't move any on. What happened was that. What happens is that. What happened? One man was that we solved the Abiola problem. Can you imagine if a Yoruba man has not been president since 1999? Since the death of Abiola? Please, can I just talk? Please, can you just shut up? Let me talk, please. Haba.
Can't you be civil? I did not abuse.
I don't want to, because sometimes you sound cynical. Sometimes there's nothing like common sense in you. You just talk. You want to talk. Let me just finish, please. Let me just hand on my talk, please. One man. Can you imagine if what would have happened if Abiola?
Sorry, Joel, are you sure you're not from Oyo, from Ibadan? Are you sure?
No, I am not. But one man, this is the thing.
Because the way because it's only Ibadan people that like fight the way you do. You are just always.
No. See, one man. When somebody is talking, right? I want us to see reasons. If it has happened in other places, we have seen where these truth commissions were set up, and it worked. There is something, whether you like it or not, there's a reason why the people like Nnamdi Kanu will always rise up in Nigeria. We can solve that problem. Let's admit that we have that problem. For instance, there is this Southeast Development Commission. If I were Tinubu, I would have boosted up. I would have made it so flowery. I would have make that commission like the commissioning and everything, making it about telling it towards Biafra, and make sure those people do what they have to do. But the issue there, one man, is that we've not answered the question of the Biafra. We've not answered the Biafra question, and issues like this will come up. I don't think he deserves a death penalty. Looking at what has happened in Nigeria over the years, looking at the people that have left prison and all that, I do not think that he should still be in prison. I think he should be released from prison. Well, that's on Nnamdi Kanu. One man. I would like to agree with Dogara. My fear has always been this. I trust Trump. I trust Trump. And the reason why I trust Trump is simple. I know that if there is anything that Trump would like to get from Nigeria, it would like to be like a business deal. Trump would not come to intrude into your culture or your ideology. They won't come, he won't do that. But what happens when Trump leaves? Because of course that same apparatus will be available to whoever that comes into power. If it becomes a Democrat, then it means that pushing their ideology will be like, like passing candies. They would have had much access into Nigeria to do what they want to do, which makes us always talk about good governance. We have no business inviting the United States into Nigeria if our government was working. If our country was doing good, why would they come in? If they're coming in, they will come in to be business partners. But the issue there is this: whether they are coming for the right or the wrong reasons, we have to accept them because we need that help. We've sabotaged ourselves so much that it seems like, the country is at anybody's, whatever any person thinks in any region. Oh, come on, just do your thing. And, but with the help of Trump, these things are being, worked on. But my own biggest problem is when he leaves office, what would happen? If we have a Democrat in power, what would happen? So I partially agree with Dogara. The presence of Tinubu's wife, it didn't make it. They went there to, it's just photo op. It's just for the optics. I don't want to look at it and say, oh, what? My biggest problem is that if Trump leaves office, then we might have a problem in our hands. And one man, what's the other topic? So I can run it up on that one.
Yes, we were also looking at there was this the Americans now have troops in Nigeria, and now they have now gone into closed door meetings with Tinubu, and then the images. I wasn't quite comfortable with the images coming out. Let me show you. Let me show you. Let me show you one of the images that caused me mild discomfort. So it says Tinubu receives U.S. military delegation at Aso Rock. So it was more a pictorial than an actual essay article. So those are the Americans right there. You can see Tinubu at the middle, and that's them, of course, with the Nigerian accoutrements. That's Nuhu Ribadu. That's the new. That's Musa right there, and those are the Army, Navy, etc., etc. And that's the American contingent, and that's them sitting in the overhaul equivalents or overall room equivalents of in Nigeria. But it was actually this picture that jarred me somewhat. If I expand it a little bit, you can see the look at the look on this. There's a knowing look on that guy's face. There's intention on that guy's face. But Tinubu, there's bewilderment and resignation on his face. So there's it gave me this.
Who released this picture? Who released this picture in the first place?
No, it came out of the government space, and it was released by the. It's me interpreting it. Oh, I'm sure people see it differently. But if you look at the totality of the narrative, it's almost as though we are already encircled. We are now being encaptured somewhat by these characters, these Americans. Yeah, it just fills me with discomfort somewhat. So, what are you making then of the increasing American presence in Nigerian affairs?
Why is Tinubu pulling Nigeria out?
One man, the issue there is this, right? They're in Nigeria. Now, we can start talking about, them doing the job and what the rules of engagement might be. Now, Trump's way of, engaging in stuff like this is that he must get something out of it. So what negotiation was made behind closed doors? Was our rare earth compromised? And, we are in an election year. Is Tinubu trying to curry up favor? So depending on who wants it more, and I think this time around we want it more. So we might give up a lot of things that we might question later in future. But if the purpose of meeting is achieved, then probably we might lick our wounds and pick ourselves from here and there and keep it moving. But one more, like I said, my only fear in this is if there is a change of government. because this might infringe on our economy or either boost it or whichever way it goes. But that of our culture is where I'm having problem with. And if our culture is attacked, then I don't think we have any reason to leave. And I just pray that Tinubu, gauge the engagement we have with these people in such a way that they don't get deep into our national fabric to the point of deciding how we live our lives or not. Let it be just straight on security, and maybe training, exchange, and weaponry and weapon buying. Let us just leave it at that. But when it comes to like our own culture, our own ideology,
Is Joel still there? Am I still here? What's going on?
I don't
Oh, I
know
think
what
he's
happened.
muted.
I wasn't talking. I didn't know. But anyway, what I was just saying is this, right? I don't know where it cut off. But the issue, what I'm just saying is this, right? That they are in the country, they're in the country, right? My greatest fear, like I've said, is the change of government, and how well or how deep they can get into our cultural fabrics. If they can get into our culture so deep, like they've changed theirs right here, one man, we are done for. But if Tinubu can, reduce their engagement with us to issues that has to do with security, weapon buying, and training, I think probably that would be a win-win for both nations. So on that note, one man, I'll say thank you very much.
All right, brilliant, excellently put. Always excellently put by Joel of Nashville. Mike, if you're coming in, can you log in as a host? I want to get out of here. Oh, you are logged in as a host. So that's Mike. Mike, are you there, Mike? Michael, you. All right. Okay. So we visit round, take it round, move it in the direction of Remy. I think Prestige has dropped. So we go Remy, we go Midwest. We got Ekene joining us as well. I think the fight might be over between us and Ekene. So we do a quick whiz round and then we may shut it down. Remy, you're always coming late for class. Remy, goodbye.
Yeah, sorry because of the time factor.
Yes, apologies. I know it's a real pain for a lot of people. Carry on.
Okay. Hello, everyone. It's nice to be here once again. I will quickly talk about Dogara, and I think I align with what Madam Zita said earlier. Sometimes we give unnecessary benefit or importance to some featherweight politician. As we stand today, the president is the head of the country and he knows what he's doing. Everybody agreed that there is insecurity problem in Nigeria, and everybody also agreed that we must find help, whether within or outside. So when you are looking for help, and there's no country in isolation, you have to look at the big brothers to help you in terms of buying ammunition or whatever you do not have. And when we are talking about this, then interest have to come forth. Nothing come forth without no interest. So if America or China or whoever is going to help you, they have their own interests as well. That is what we call geopolitics. It is now left for Nigeria, how do they handle it? And how the people they are trying to do business with also handle it. Unfortunately, we are a diverse country with so many interests from different tribes. And most of these tribes, everybody tries to push to the center, in which I always advocated for state resource control. The moment Nigeria changed to this state resource control, all this wahala will die down. Because nobody, no state will be interested in going to Abuja to collect federal allocation anymore. It is what you do in your state that will make your state to develop. And that is what I think the government should be thinking, at least a lot of Nigeria should be thinking toward that line. But unfortunately, maybe because of we are black, or maybe because we are not exposed enough, or we are not educationally sound, We always look at things from emotion. We always look at things from religion and tribe most times. And that has been the, unfortunately, things that does not help that country to develop over the years. That we should. Okay, in terms of, that is for Dogara. So I think nobody should just, and I think that the president has played a very careful role. A lot of people thought that America will just come and bombard their way, but this guy has turned it around. Whether you like it or not, you have to look at the people you are dealing with. If Mr. Trump is interested in business, at the end of the day, Nigeria were able to purchase a lot of war equipment from America. And sending these guys down to Nigeria, this and that and that. Sometimes from Nigeria, we also belittle ourselves. Nigeria have some of the finest diplomats in the world. That really shows you that they have a lot of people that work in various embassies in Nigeria that are very smart people. From what you thought that America would just have their way, look at how they turn it around. Although we might be cooperating in terms of security, it does not stop Nigeria from doing business with all the other people like China and the rest. So I'm not exercising any fear. So I just think that at the end of the day, if this can help us to reduce insecurity in Nigeria, then it's a good way to go. Although, like I said earlier, there will always be interest and sacrifice. So if to sacrifice some of our things, I mean, I don't know, maybe they deal on some of our mineral, whatever, like I said, it's always about interest. So to me, I don't have any fear. In terms of you talk about Nnamdi Kanu and the rest, again, I align with Madam Zita. That guy is supposed to be hanged. I repeat, to be hanged, because you have mastermind and pie a lot of Nigeria in Southeast and other part of Nigeria, because so many people lost their life during the NSAS movement, while they continue to set fires on Lagos property, pie a lot of people. So it's not only Igbo land alone, unfortunately. And I don't see any reason, I don't see any reason why some people still continue to support this guy. And when you are talking about